happy?
It's the first time I do this race, so it's the first time also abroad.
Washington, right?
Alright, yeah, I'll take that.
I'm super nervous.
Again, if you're running the race, if you can make your way to the start.
Bit of excitement. Came all the way from Belgium to do it, so I think done 100k, but 100 miler is something else.
Race briefing, a few minutes.
The route is really, really special. It's all really nice.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
They start here in Winchester, they run 100 miles east to Eastbourne on a trail that's existed for 8,000 years.
Enjoying the countryside. It's lovely, huh?
Cup?
Yeah.
Yeah, there.
No, I'm going to just have a bit of a snack.
Any food, mate?
No, I'm good, thank you very much. Thanks,
Well
everyone.
done.
Thanks, guys.
Well done. Well done.
We go again.
It's really special because it's such an ancient trail. People have walked along this trail for thousands of years. You can almost feel the energy of all of those years of people walking along it as you go along it, and it's the best race that we have in the UK.
It is different, it's a different vibe, I think, to racing in Europe.
I wanted to be clever, I never wanted to push myself, and I just stayed nice and easy the whole race, and it worked, yeah.
Just over 19 hours, and we're expecting her on the follow cam with Ross pretty soon.
And it's just so much longer. Get to like mile 40 thinking, I want to stop.
The atmosphere from local villages, towns as you run through is always really uplifting, whereas in the UK, the atmosphere is built from the community around the race itself, so when the runners come through the checkpoints, they get that.
Hello, a very good morning to you and a huge welcome to the South Downs Way 100 in literally 45 seconds. This iconic race is about to start. 500 runners. I've got an icon here, Robbie Britton. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good, Larry. We've got 40 seconds until they set off on the 14th edition of this fantastic race, and they're going to run straight past us, potentially over us, and up this first hill. And we're going to give you some live coverage throughout the whole day.
Yeah, we've got a lot of new 100 milers there. We've got some elite runners. We've got club runners. Everybody has their own reason for running this race, and we'll hopefully bring you a lot of those stories to you. Now, Robbie Britton, he's a very humble guy. 2013 winner?
2013?
Yeah.
No, I'm not humble though. Cool. People will know me. We better kind of wait till they're going to run past.
Yeah, they are going to pass us now.
Everyone's cracking on. We could be seeing the winner back here. That's how it works.
And the thing is, I'm sure you can sense the adrenaline, the nerves, the excitement. Oh, you've got some fans out there, Robbie. Yeah, but that's but that's the whole thing about this type of race. You have such a cross section of runners, and some of them will be going through their ups and downs, a journey throughout up to 30 hours. They've got to complete this race.
Go on like this, start everyone. Actually, as the course of the race goes on, they wouldn't be. This guy's missed the start. He is hammering it. He was too busy sorting his mullet. But sometimes they run that first climb that later on in the race they would be hiking. So I always like to see the first hikers kind of actually like, this is the pace I intend to run the race. So I'm not going to go wild on the first climb.
That's one of the tips for running 100 miles is getting the pacing right. Sometimes you've got to go slow to go fast, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not about going quick to get to the finish line as quick as possible. They're going to come down this way. Look, we can see them. We just pan around so we can
Robbie, you have a chat with a lot of the elite runners last night. Do you have favourites?
I have favourites, yeah. I don't like to talk about it, like some of them, because the other ones get upset if you tell them you've got favourites. But I love Davis, she's a lovely person. But in terms of running ability, Julia for the Davis race, I think is probably our favourite. We've got Lucy Dosso, also a strong runner, and a bunch of them. In the men's race, look. Once again, like last year, I think we have two on the front.
We got three.
The lead man's got a friend. No, that's the follow can guy ahead.
Oh yes.
The cameraman is not officially entering the race.
He'll pace for 99 miles.
Yeah.
We've got some strong male runners out there as well. Mark Darbisher as well, certainly one we're going to keep an eye on. Yeah.
There'll be a bunch of men who like Mark, and so they'll hovering around Mark. And then James has got, I reckon, right, I'm going to go Jeff Cheshire. I'm hoping not Rob Payne, but it could be Rob Payne and Joe Turner, another one of the races. Joe Turner was one of my predictions in the preview, who could be first round. So they're doing a first lap of Matterley Bowl here.
Right.
And they're going to come back past us. So I don't know if we are going to be able to move a bit closer over there. But they come past us and then they go up round. And I just wanted to say Cheesefoot Head. That's what they run to up next, Cheesefoot Head. We learnt the name of that one.
Well done. We've got a few names to remember. We've got up to 30 hours of transmission for you today. So keep with us. If you're up early and make yourself a cup of tea or coffee, whatever takes your fancy, and just join us basically. Talking about the course, it's a fast course, isn't it? It's a runnable course. It's not one of these mountain runs. And Lucy Gossage yesterday, I was talking to her, and she was saying, you've got to run this race. You know, it's not, there's no kind of walking or power hiking up, kind of a lot of vert here.
There is some power hiking.
Right.
It's not, as you said before, it's not about how quick I can get up one hill. It's how quick I can cover the whole course. So there's sections of this course where it does get steep, but they're not long climbs like in the Alps. You're not spending an hour going uphill. You're not kind of consistently going uphill for a long time, but there's some decent uphills. And yeah, it's a runnable course for sure. Definitely not your UTMBs, but we've still got like nearly 4,000 meters of elevation over the course of that 100 miles. And we'll see them when they come around the next time here. Even on little climbs like this behind us, you've got to be able to consistently do that. So Lucy, I think she'll be able to hike more than she thinks. And I think runners tell themselves they've got to run a lot of it. But I think we're going to go. Swap. You took my mic.
Oh yeah, we've got to share the microphone now, right? Okay, so we can't cut across each other. But we were talking about so it's all about me now, okay? No, joking. We were talking about Lucy and Julia Davis. She's a very fast runner. You actually coach Julia, and you coach many of the runners out there today. How do you train for something like this?
I think with the race like the 100 miles in South Downs Way, it's some people look at the initial block of training beforehand, and there's a lot of runnable stuff. There's a lot of hills that you're moving up and down at a steady effort. But actually, it's the years beforehand as well. So it's building up your distances over a number of years. So, like for example, Julia, she comes from a road marathon cross-country background.
She's about a 2:37, is she? Marathon?
2:39 for the marathon. And she ran 2:42 a couple of years ago at Palmer Marathon, which is a hilly one. But she's stepped up over like distances over years, 50 miles on the Cornish coastal path, the 100k on the road, the mountain, like longer in the mountains, like for the World Champs in Innsbruck a couple of years ago. But you just got to build up to these distances over time, and just realize as well that even someone like Julia, who's super experienced, is nervous about stepping up in this distance. So it's about being patient.
Yeah, and talking about Lucy Gossard, I remember interviewing her, following her on Ironman UK and Ironman Wales. She was such a popular athlete then. She was a pro. She was just loving life, basically. And she's just wonderful to see. And she's loving the step into ultra running as well. And I think she's just trying not to enjoy it too much and be too successful. Because feel that edge, get it.
But there is two off the front, and they are legging it. I mean, someone might have told him it's a mile race, because the guy off the front has even though he had company, has said, no, I don't want company. I don't want to be a pair of Wallies off the front. I want to be the Wally off the front. And he's really gone for it.
Well, I've seen him. He's just watched, he's looked at his watch rather, and he seems to be obviously having a plan and going off that plan. I hope so. But yeah, is it?
I'm sure we'll see him
Are we stuck to this
throughout the day
today?
Can we see?
Wander up a little bit, I think, because we come past in a second.
Right, and we'd be able to see. Is that right? And the thing is, talking about this race, a lot of them you might be able to see. A lot of the athletes slept here overnight. You might be able to see Salas and Robbie Britton's place to stay last night. It was massive, the place you stayed at. Of course, talking about Gary House, he will be on social media all day today, so keep an eye on his stories and posts, etc. I'm sure it'll be full of fun. Another legend there. Robbie, can we see who's leading here?
I can't see who it is. Might be. No.
And we can see the race director, James Elson. He's running well.
He's not in the race. He hasn't run this one, but he has run some of the others. But those two boys off the front, and then we've got the main group here coming with Mark Darbisher, Henrik Westland in there. I can see Joe Turner in there. That's your kind of your pack of favourites in there. Rob Payne, Gav Byrne. Yeah, so there's a good group of them there. We've got around 10 runners there, so that's a fantastic group of runners that are still together after this first lap. A couple of us not too far behind, but kind of racing their own race.
Tell me a bit about that front group there. We've got Gav Byrne, you were mentioning Joe Turner.
So again, you've got a range of experiences. So like Joe's another runner, like Julia's got a background on the road, 100Ks. So Gav's coming from more of a mountain background. I think I can see, is that Jez Bragg coming past? Former UTMB winner. We like to mention that.
Absolute legend in this sport, and he's
That's Julia Davis coming up the hill there. See there in the little red and blue.
and with Lucy, I think.
Um, I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's Lucy and Julia together running, smiling and waving, and typically them basically. I'm sure that they'll be quite happy sharing some miles together.
Mine in the pink shorts, purple maybe. Trying to spot. Oh, look how short that guy's white shorts are. He's got some short shorts. That's probably the shortest shorts I've seen today. Another lady behind there I've seen, that was Carla Brolins just going past.
Tell us about some of the ladies then you interviewed yesterday. We've got a cross section of runners there as well, some coming from road cross country background. So you've got some fast marathon runners as well.
Yeah, so again, like Carla, who I've just mentioned, she's another 100k runner. She was third at the Anglo-Celtic Plate a couple of years ago, running for Northern Ireland. And yeah, she's a fantastic athlete that's been at races like Newport Marathon, Boston Marathon in the build-up here, and was even at the Welsh Castles Relay with yourself.
I know, I ran it last weekend, loved it, first time doing it. And if anybody who runs in a road running club, it's a fantastic experience. And yeah, starting in Carnarvon up North Wales and then finishing in Cardiff Castle. It's such a great 2-week event. Anyway, back to what you were saying about Carla.
Oh, she's just fast. I think I saw at least 2 people that could have been Carla, so she's definitely gone past.
No, I saw her. I saw her as well. So you were right there. She had some pink shorts or pink t-shirt on. The conditions. Let's talk about the conditions as well. Yesterday it was glorious, sun shining, bit of rain today. Is that going to suit the runners? Obviously it's a bit cooler, they'd love that, but I mean underfoot.
Oh yeah, I mean the South Downs way is mainly chalk downland, so like it's going to drain off real quickly if it is a bit wet. It gets a little bit greasy, but actually the conditions, if you can see from these flags, the wind's going that way. So after they've been around, we're doing about 8k in Matterley Bowl. They get onto the South Downs way just outside it, and then they're off and they're down the South Downs way. And the direction of South Downs way is the direction of that wind. So we've got a tailwind today. So if I hear any complaints from the runners about conditions, I won't be happy because it can get quite hot. A couple of years ago, with some really hot temperatures. A couple of weeks ago, the forecast was looking like it was going to be prohibitively hot. I even messaged course record holder Mark Perkins to say, Mark, it could be safe for another year. Although today I'm looking at this and I'm thinking these are records. So our course records are Mark Perkins 1403 and Bethan Males, I want to say 1649.
Yeah.
I want to say 1649. I've got it written down, but
It's 49, 56 seconds or something.
there you
like
go.
that. Yeah.
And that's Bethan Males. And both of those could be in trouble today. But they're both very strong records. So the year Mark ran that, he also ran just over 12 hours for 100 miles on the track. So that's no joke in terms of like flat running speed. And Mark's based on the South Downs, and it was his backyard that he was running in. So people think it's a record that could go, and it's been around since 2014. So it was my course record. He's smashed.
What was your time?
Mine was like 15:47 or something like that.
Just that.
Yeah. And
that is pretty awesome.
in recent years that you wouldn't get in the top 5 for times like that, and it's just the standard has gone up. Some of that's been the nutrition that's improved, the kit and the footwear, but there's a real kind of shift in the sport because people are coming in from the roads, the popularity is growing, and as we've seen more people come into the sport, it gets up to the pointy end. And yeah, like my time from 12 years ago would probably struggle to put me in the top 10 today, I reckon.
Talking about the shoes, choice of footwear today, because I've been running in some, fast shoes recently, and it does make a difference on the road, that is. And of course, we're seeing the carbon plate shoes coming into trail running. Do you think that's going to make a difference? And what would you wear on a day like this?
Well, I don't know what you'd wear is very individual. So like I like running in road shoes, and I'll often use road shoes on a course as runnable as this. I wore road shoes for the majority of Leadville 100 last year in America. Out here, you don't need to worry too much about grip. You don't have to have aggressive grip, and almost on some of the chalk, if it does get a bit slippery, the aggressive grip doesn't give you as much surface area, so it's probably not suitable. So you're going to see some less aggressive tread underneath. The carbon shoes are coming into trail running. But the most important thing still over the longer distance is the comfort. So the high and that's some of those carbon shoes have got a lot of cushioning on there, so that does play into it a little bit. I was keen to kind of see the footwear to see, because I think we will have some road shoe wearers today, or some custom trail shoes that have road shoes that had trail soles put on there. But I'd be keen to have a. I know Julie's wearing the La Sportiva Prodigio. I can't say it. Prodigio Pro.
Yeah.
That's how it sounds.
You've got the trail flies as well out there in the Vates. I saw a few of those speed goats I saw as well.
The Nike Ultra flies on a couple of people. Gav Byrne, he bought a pair 2 days ago.
Did he?
And I was like, Joe, yeah, that's a great idea, Gav. You should definitely wear those. I'm not a coach of a rival runner, but he's confident to wear.
He's got plenty of experience, so I'm sure he.
2 days ago, Gav. If you're watching this afterwards, I hope you're watching it with a smile on your face.
The only thing that I worry about with the road shoes, and I went running yesterday with some carbon shoes, and I just happened to run about 50 meters along here, and it's just the support around the ankles. I find that's what worries me.
So the road shoes, they've got a higher stack height. So what the thing is that you would have found there is that they're higher stack height but a narrower base. So you are a little bit more less stable. So it's why particular road shoes can be better on the trails, because if you've got a slightly wider base on them, it means you're not quite as wobbly on the ankles. But yeah, if you're at risk of with your ankles rolling a little bit, you don't want to be wearing anything with too kind of narrow high stack height. And if you look at, I think, the North Face shoes, they've got a very wide base for their carbon shoes, because that was one of the issues they had when they initially put a carbon plate on a trail shoe. I'm just kind of looking at, we've seen them come past Cheesefoot Head already, and that group is still together. It looks like it's spreading out a little bit, and they're going to go around this way, and was hoping to kind of go and see him over there at some point. But I'm thinking we might actually be stuck on this spot, and just trying to guess who they are when they run past again. They're going to come down. You can see this way. I described it as a ski run. It's not a ski run. No one skis in Matterley Bowl. But where the fences are, they come down there, and then they're going to drop down and then go up again where people are walking up in our background. So.
And we've talked about the elite. Let's talk about the first timers as well.
The elite first timers.
Well, yeah, that's a very, very good point. And you are going to learn a lot on your first 100 milers. Checkpoint time spent there, nutrition, as you mentioned before. Do you change your shoes mid race? Do it's all just little things like that. I recently ran a race and I looked back at my time and checkpoints. I thought I did it unsupported, and I looked at my times at checkpoint, and it all adds up, and you can save just minutes here and there, and it does make a difference in the end.
My advice to people at checkpoints is be quick, but don't rush, because the time you spend at checkpoint could be time you're investing in a stronger next section. So if you are really refilling your drinks, taking a little extra snack, cooling yourself down, these are all things that, like, if you know that you get blisters and you need to redo your lube on your feet or change your socks, that's, to me, can be time invested in a strong second half. But then you see people sitting down for a cup of tea. Like, I always got time to thank the volunteers.
Yes,
I think
very important.
You should be doing that. We've got a wonderful set of volunteers, a big part of the Centurion community here. But if you stop in and you're asking about the kids and one's gone to university, and that's too long, right? If you're finding out information about grandma's like new hip, too long, right?
And it's, do you know what? It is so easy to do, especially when you sit down, somebody else is next to you, and you kind of go, how's your day going? Oh, yeah. And then next thing, you've lost 20 minutes, chatting away about family members, etc.
That you definitely did that. I can imagine.
I would definitely. Well, I do try to make a point, just like you were saying. If I have to stop in a checkpoint, I will do that, obviously, to replenish food and everything. But I don't talk to anybody, because I know if I start talking to somebody, 20 minutes later, I'm still there sharing everything that's happened to me in the last 20 years. So that's one thing I certainly don't do. But yeah, like we were saying, there's nutrition. There's this big thing about carbs now, eating like 150 grams an hour.
150 grams an hour.
Well, somebody in America I was reading was doing it. Yeah. But a lot of Ironman athletes are doing it, and I don't know how people do that. Obviously, you've got to train the stomach to take as much. 120, I'm hearing a lot of.
Yeah.
But nutrition. Where do you start with nutrition? Practice.
Start practice, yeah. So again, like if someone is thinking about stepping up the nutrition, the research has grown a bit in the last few years. But even you go back to like 1989, there was a paper around Yanis Kouros where they were looking at him running from Sydney to Melbourne, and he was averaging, I think he averaged 120 grams of carbs an hour for the first day, and then 90 grams an hour for 5 days following without sleep. So even back in the 1980s, he was using Greek biscuits dipped in honey and like baklava and stuff. Like he was full on the sweet side of things. But with like in recent years, you had they did like one of the big papers that come out. They're looking at 60, 90, and 120 grams of carbs an hour, and that was over a 6-hour race in Spain. And they showed that the more they were taken on board from mixed, like you use multi-transport carbohydrates and not just as much sugar as possible. But they were taking on they've seen less muscle damage. So it was kind of impacting their legs less over the course of the race. There was an impact on performance. But yeah, cycling's where it's really kind of pushed on, because in cycling you're sat on a bicycle. Your stomach's a lot less stressed and you can ingest a little bit more. The riders at the Tour de France are looking at 120 for more intense moments in the race as a minimum. And you are seeing some people on the bike pushing up to 130. It's not a case of more is always better. I have seen some instances where runners are taking on huge amounts of carbs in training and racing, and actually like down regulating their ability to utilize fats when they're running at their race efforts, having GI issues. So like you might better run faster for longer, but you might spend more time in the bushes. And then we've had other runners. I had a lady running, and she ran a European record for 100k, and Sarah Webster was her name, and she came into the labs and she was taking on 90 grams an hour. And she was only using 60.
Yeah.
So we said, well, just take 60. And from that point, you can actually then, and Sarah might be out on the course a bit later. I know she lives on the South Coast now. And yeah, it's lower risk of GI issues, and take on food that you're using. And if you're not using it, there's no point putting that extra stress on your stomach. So it's not just a case of more is better. It is a case of practicing it. If you're not around, again, we've got like Sam Amend, who British record holder over 100 miles until recently. Sarah Webster took that last year. This year at Crawley, but she would regularly have 20 to 30 grams of carbs an hour over the course of her races and run these phenomenal results. So it's not always about as much as possible. It's about finding what's right for you and then trying to build on that and seeing if you can increase it a little bit, if it has a positive performance effect, if it doesn't create GI issues. And thankfully here at Centurion, the checkpoints are fantastic. So you've got a wide range of kind of like your normal snacks, like your sandwiches, there's like vegetarian, vegan options, your sweets, your Haribo, some savoury options. And then we've got the likes of Precision Fuel and Hydration on the checkpoints, which is a sponsor of mine. And I got the hat on.
Oh, yeah. Oh, gosh, yes.
Yeah. And I was trying to be subtle about it. But they've got like the 30.
Robbie Britton, subtle.
Yeah, no, humble and subtle.
Yeah, and an icon.
and they've got like their stuff set out. So like the gels are 30 and 90 gram gels. And they're very, very kind of, it's a neutral taste. So I know that some of the runners out there on the checkpoints today, and some of the runners will be trying them for the first time. And don't try anything new on race day. But if you're gonna, it's a low risk kind of option for me, because there's a 2-to-1 mix of glucose and fructose, which is about those multi-transportable carbohydrates I mentioned earlier. So your body processes them both a little bit differently, so it can take a little higher load. But if you're going to try something new on race day, I mean, I guess
I've done that, and it's years ago. Never ever done it since then. I would recommend you. It was a half marathon as well. I was just desperate and took the gamble, and it did not work. So no, it's not worth it. Basically,
what was new that you tried?
It was just a gel that I tried. Nah. But anyway, moving forward. So we're saying basically run your own race, your pace, your systems, and stick to that. And it's a good point you say about the carbs. Don't get sucked into all these Instagram messages we keep seeing about people taking 120, 150 or whatever. Do your own race, do your own, stick to your own thoughts and stats and whatever, whatever comes with all that. Just follow your own plan. Which comes to the race itself. Are there places where we are going to see the runners kind of pick up pace? Is it about, do we normally see runners getting faster to Yeah. And then dropping off. Do we tend to see runners getting stronger in the second half of this race? What's the course like?
So-
As somebody who's run it, I've never raced it. I've never been here.
In terms of a 100-mile race, it's less about going faster and more about slowing down less. So that you might see some runners kind of put a surge in, but actually it's a negative split over 100 miles isn't impossible, but it's rarer. And what we're probably going to see, looking at the pace of the group at the front, for the men's and the women's, we're both going off quicker. The victors are going to come out not by. You will see throughout the race there might be some change in the lead, there might be some surges, morning. But what we'll see is the one that kind of ends up at the front, or the two that end up at the front, will be the ones that slow down the least over the, and it's the climbs in the second half that often make a lot of the difference. So the climbs, again, whilst not mountainous, they're going to take a bit of time in the second half. And then when you get to the top of the climbs, there's often rolling terrain that if you're not moving well, if say you kind of having to walk a bit more, or you've slowed down to 10-minute miles, if someone's running 8-minute miles, then they're going to take 2 minutes out of you every mile. And that's not, for a lot of these runners, that's not quick, but it's quick for the relative to the amount of time they've been on their feet and the competition around them. And that's what it's going to be about. It's not going to be a 6-minute mile that wins this race, unless it comes down to the road section to Eastbourne. It's going to be a absolute solid bunch of consistent 8-minute miles or 50-minute miles in the second half of this race. That's going to be the difference. So yeah, it's less about surging. If we see them surging on the climb, it's like a mini Zagama. There's a race in the Basque Country where
Fantastic race.
they're absolutely either side of the climb. Well, we've got our own Santi Spiritu over there, and it's going to be a little quieter, but
Just as exciting for the runner.
yeah.
Doesn't the support make such a difference? You were talking about the community here in Centurion running. I think that's what makes the series of Centurion running so good, is the community, the volunteers, and it's such a warm welcome when you come here. Everybody seems to know each other, and that's, for me especially, that's what makes ultra running extra special.
It's so one of the things with ultra running is, first and foremost, whilst we talk about the competition between the runners, there is a competition with the runners against the course. You're in it together, and that spirit often comes through within the race. It's less like I want to beat everyone. It's like, well, it'll be great if we can all go well. And yeah, it's okay if you want to go a bit faster than everyone else, but you do want, no one wishes their competitors to stop. They just want to go quicker than them. So there is an element of working together, even in this early stage as they're coming around. If the wind is in their faces, there might be a little bit working together. If there's gates, if they get there in a group, sometimes let's take turns. You get this one, I'll get the next one. So if someone's having a low moment, you're more likely to see a runner turn around and say, how are you going? Like, come on, keep it up. And that might just be a bit of psychological gameplay. I want them to know that they feel better, they feel good enough to check in on someone else. But actually, yeah, there's an element of us against the course that comes through in ultra marathons that you don't maybe see on a road marathon until you get a little bit further back, and then you see that, well, it's everyone together. But like the front end of like a road marathon, you're not seeing the lead pack helping each other quite as much. Maybe there's the odd bit of bottle handing around, but was it the Olympic marathon when the one guy just wiped the entire table of bottles? You won't get that today. If we see that, we'll be having words.
Yeah, I come from a road running background, and I remember it was all about racing against the clock, and then I had a really serious injury, and that's what took me into ultra running, and it was just a real eye opener. You know, this kind of, you're racing not necessarily against the other competitors, you're racing more against yourself, against that little voice that says, "Come on now, Laurie, you can give up now. Just take a chill pill and just just step aside, and you've done a good job here." And then you'd have somebody, and then somebody come on, you can make it, and you're like, oh yeah, okay, and you find a sixth gear then and start enjoying it again. And that's for many of these first timers, especially the elite. I think that's what they're going to find, the brotherhood, the sisterhood. You're going to have that kind of pat on the back saying, come on, just run with me a little while. And and then maybe in about 100 meters or 100k, you might feel a completely different person.
There are peaks and troughs. I was chatting to some of the people that are going through their first 100 yesterday and saying, like, you will have ups and downs over the course of the race, but they will pass. And oddly, it's not just newcomers to the distance. I was chatting to Hugh Tibbs, who was second last year, and he had a fantastic race. And in the race preview, I'd mentioned that sometimes we see this, someone has a really good race and they come back to improve on it. When they get to those low moments, they struggle to see through them because they can only remember the good times from the year before, and they're thinking, well, hold on, last year I was brilliant, and I'm trying to go better than brilliant. So how am I going to do that if I'm having this low moment? And the low moments can hit a little bit harder. So we had a good chat about that. Not in the interview actually, we didn't grab Hugh, but afterwards, saying I gave him some tips on just kind of shrink it down to a smaller moment, focus on the next checkpoint, the next goal, the next hill, and know that all of those moments will pass, or eventually you'll reach the finish line, and then they all pass. But it's kind of like just getting through those tough bits if you can.
And you mentioned the word goal. We've got over 500 runners running today, 100 miles all the way across the South Downs Way National Trust to Eastbourne. They're going to go, as you mentioned before, peaks and troughs, a roller coaster of emotions, but every one of them will have a different goal. Some of them might be chasing that course record, some might be going like Hugh for a PB, and some might just be going just to finish, just to get in 29 hours, 59 minutes and 59 seconds, just to be able to say, I did it.
Yeah, and I think we're going to be coming live over the course of, we're going to run out of things to say for the whole day now, but we're going to be coming live over the course of every 2 hours. So at 8 o'clock is the next time we're coming live at QECP, which is our second checkpoint of the day.
We've 10 locations today, so we'll be with you throughout the day. So
we've got 10. I've only got 6.
Oh, right. Okay, then.
You do 4 extra.
You'll be running most of it with the camera, most probably. Yeah, looking forward to that.
But I'm doing some of the follow cam as well. We've got follow cam out there with James Hatton from Precision. But if you are up at 6 in the morning and you've been watching this, come back, join us again at 8 o'clock, and we're going to see you from QECP, Queen Elizabeth Country Park, and we're going to try and find out who's in the lead.
It's the first time I do this race, so it's the first time also abroad.
Washington, right? Alright, yeah, I'll take that.
I'm super nervous.
Again, if you're running the race, if you can make your way to the start.
Bit of excitement. Came all the way from Belgium to do it, so I think done 100k, but 100 miler is something else.
Race brief in a few minutes.
The route is really, really special. It's all really nice.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
They start here in Winchester, they run 100 miles east to Eastbourne on a trail that's existed for 8,000 years.
Enjoying the countryside. It's lovely, huh?
Cup.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's there.
No, I'm going to just have a bit of a snack. Any food, mate? No, I'm good, thank you very much. Thanks, everyone.
Well done.
Thanks, guys.
Well done. Well done.
We go again.
It's really special because it's such an ancient trail. People have walked along this trail for thousands of years. You can almost feel the energy of all of those years of people walking along it as you go along it, and it's the best race that we have in the UK.
It is different. It's a different vibe, I think, to racing in Europe.
I wanted to be clever, I never wanted to push myself, and I just stayed nice and easy the whole race, and it worked, yeah.
Just over 19 hours, and we're expecting her on the follow cam with Ross pretty soon.
And it's just so much longer. Get to like mile 40 thinking, I want to stop.
The atmosphere from local villages, towns as you run through is always really uplifting, whereas in the UK, the atmosphere is built from the community around the race itself, so when the runners come through the checkpoints, they get that. Welcome to Centurion Ultra Running Store. I'm here at our shop just outside of Wheathampstead near St Albans. We've got our in-person store here, and you can come and visit us once a month. We open for coffee, for chats, for guided runs. We often have a guided run during the day, and for all your trail, ultra and mountain running needs. Come in. Welcome back.
Downs Away 100. We're 2.5 hours into the 100-mile race. Over 500 runners started this morning at 5:30, and we're at the first checkpoint, Robbie Britton.
Yes, we are at Queen Elizabeth Country Park on this stop of the Gran Canaria World Trail Majors series. And we are waiting for our first runners to come down. I believe there's butts of hills in this area here. It's going to come down here. I've heard from our volunteer on the side on gate duty that this is the best bit of running in the entire course. I don't know if there's some bias there because he's here to hold the gate, but it is some smooth downhill running. We're going to be seeing the runners come down behind us, and we've got. I thought we could do a quick update now.
You've got it there, haven't you?
Times, and then we're going to show you a highlight reel from this morning. I'm hoping.
So right
in the women's race, Julia Davis is at the front, but Beacon Hill beaches. Julia Davis got there in 1.5 hours, 1:32, and Lucy Gossage was a minute 10 behind. So that is some close racing with Nicole Frisbee, Helen Newman, and Tina Bergen rounding out the top 5 at that point, which is quite exciting.
It is exactly. Together. And also they're two completely different runners as well. So, and it's going to be the first time Julia has done 100-mile. Also, Lucy, even though she's done the longer distances, but she was saying that she's looking forward to this challenge. We have got first runner coming through.
This will either be Adrian Coombe or Peter Newman. Adrian was our earlier leader, a French runner who's got a lot of experience on kind of more runnable trails. And he was leading round Matterley Bowl, but the live tracking had Peter Newman ahead at this stage. They were 6 seconds apart at Beacon Hill. So we're going to see this runner coming in out who has got more than a 6-second gap now. Alistair Courtney was one of the other runners ahead around Matterley Bowl, but he was a minute 40 back at the last checkpoint. And then we had a bigger group, which included race favourite Mark Darbisher, Gav Byrne, Chris Kelly, Hugh Tibbs last year's 2nd place. And then behind that, within a couple of minutes, you had Joe Turner, Jeff Cheshire, Henrik Westerland, Rob Payne, Morgan Glazier, Jez Bragg, and Pete Windross last year's 3rd place. It's about 15th at the first checkpoint. So he's coming here. Is this our runner? He looks like he's working hard. Are you in the race?
We can't. No, he's going back up. He's not even in the race. We can't.
Torment.
We've just been telling everybody you're the leader, so you've got to look fast now, okay? Running, no pressure at all. Well,
I think he looked like his face was quite red for a man at the first half of a 100-miler.
Well, the thing is, we have actually been seeing, because this is a checkpoint where support crews can do their magic, and we have seen a few people run up to go and catch up with their mates or their family members just to support, and it does make a massive difference, doesn't it?
I'm unsure of the rules and whether they should be supporting too heavily up at this stage, up on the course on side. I don't want to see anyone getting paced. But weirdly, I think the leader is wearing a similar blue and white outfit. We're going to see when they come through if my memory's good enough, and I'll feel a little bit less embarrassed about, because they were 4 miles away when I last checked, and I was like, yeah, going to be half an hour. But sometimes the tracking can lag, but open tracking are pretty solid.
They are pretty solid, the guys there. So while we're waiting for Peter to come through, let's go back to 5:30 this morning. There was certainly a buzz in the arena when they all started, and they all left the park. They're making their way towards us now, but let's see how it all went. Oh
no, just kidding.
Oh, Robbie Britton, we're going to be like this all day. We've got 30 hours of live transmission for you. Wish me luck, everybody, please. But I think you need
to the highlight right now. I think Peter is about 2 miles from the checkpoint.
And
so maybe it's a mile or a mile and a half from us. So
yeah,
we'll do this reel from this morning, and we'll see you in 5 minutes, a couple of minutes.
So there you have it, the start of one of the UK's most epic ultra marathons. It's not just about distance, is it? It's about elevation, it's about patience, it's about terrain, it's about nutrition and kind of stubbornness, really. That certainly comes into the equation.
That's just the commentary. So yeah, we've got to be stubborn and stick to what we're talking about. Yeah, it's a fast race, this one as well. So that's what we're kind of excited about. And no more can you see it than coming down the hillside here. It's fast grassland ahead of us. It's what makes it different to some of the other races, that in the early stages, and this is why I was talking about this chap doing continuous hill workout, is one of the things we'll see athletes do is blow their quads out when they're using gravity to kind of, they're not, well, I'm not working hard. They let gravity take them. And if they haven't done the conditioning beforehand, their quads can blow out quite early and they lose a lot of run in the second half. So one way to work on that is, like our chap before was just doing, you work hard up the hill, you turn around and you work hard down the hill, and you might do 3 by 10 minutes, but instead of 10 minutes uphill, it's a minute up, minute down for 10 minutes. And that really does get the quads working a little bit heavier. It loads the muscles eccentrically, and it's definitely easier on a bicycle. Look at these guys coming down. This is lucky for them because we've got gate duty here, and he's also a cyclist, so he's keen.
We were talking earlier about the support crews and a difference that can make to, especially somebody at the top end of a competition. I last month raced and didn't have a support crew, I mentioned earlier. And you know what, looking back, it certainly did make a difference, because these guys with the best support crew, it can be like a pit stop in a Formula One. You just go in, the bottles are ready, the shoes are ready if you want to change, and you can save minutes. And of course, that adds up to quite a big total in a 100-mile race.
There's a differentiation between the crewed and uncrewed here. And one of the things, I'm going to keep looking behind, there's no one yet. One of the things that if you're well versed, it can really help. They'll come in, it's practicing it. I think at Western States with Hayden Hawks and the precision team, and we've got it down to like 30 seconds. He's dropping the bottles, he's emptying that. Someone's changing his ice bandana, someone's getting the new bottles in, he's grabbing his gels, putting them in, it's a bit personal in the belt. And you can be really quick in and out. And if then you've got someone uncrewed and they've got to go into the checkpoint, they've got to open their own bottles, they've got to fill them. But on the second half of the race, it can flip round a bit. Okay. Because if you get in there and you've got your family and friends there to look after you, you might then start spending a bit more time with them because you have got that sympathetic ear. You go in there and you're like, oh, I don't want to leave. Oh, I want to spend more time. Can you get something from the car? The brain's trying to trick you into stopping, to slowing you down a bit and kind of stopping the pain in your legs. And you can crew like that, you might turn around and say, oh guys, can you, I need this, I need a bit of a hot drink, can you go and get that? So sometimes it does flip round because the crew can become a little safe harbor that they stay with. Whereas if you're using the checkpoints, you know what's there, you've got some wonderful volunteers, but they're well versed in getting you in and getting you out. And you've got to be quick, but not rush through those checkpoints. And sometimes, if you can have a crew, it's definitely worth it for some of these events because it just saves you those minutes. It means you've got your own kit. It means you've got maybe a little bit extra in terms if you want to change your kit and stuff like that. This probably is our runner because Stephen Cousins is filming alongside him. See, the runner there is on the downhill. He's going so quickly, he's dropping the cameraman. The cameraman stopped as if he had stopped filming, but I think he just got dropped hard. He's going to cut. So this, we think, is Peter. I'll double check now.
He's looking good. We're about 28 miles into the race. He's looking comfortably. He's looking as if he's just run.
Number on this one, definitely. Yeah. We're not. It's not another person doing a hill session. I'll check the number on him when he comes through.
And pacing is such a big thing in ultra racing, especially 100-mile races. You know, when do you decide to kind of just let the legs go, let gravity do its job and bring you down, or do you try to hold up?
You don't want to be braking too heavily, but you don't want to be going so hard that you're out of control and just overloading the legs. This is Pete's number 470, so I think this is going to be him. This is Peter.
Yeah, and he's looking good. He's got good rhythm, isn't he? And he's looking quite strong and he's looking relaxed.
How are you feeling, Peter? All right, good.
All right, he said, and he looks in good spirits, you know, and he's the dog. Oh, he's got a dog running with him. Oh,
No, he's come back.
Oh, he's coming back. Fair play. I do like seeing dogs on the course. That's one thing. Yeah, let's look at the splits between Peter. Oh, he's going up to his support crew there. And let's see how quickly he's in that support crew.
You go around a bit quicker if you're not into that tent there as well. So the tent is in a position where you're not actually going to, you could save yourself a few seconds just in times of even some distance.
Well, the thing is, basically, and he's off again. That was a very, very quick transition, just like in a sprint triathlon, very quick in and out. And he hasn't lost a lot of time there at all. And just like,
there's no one else yet.
Yeah, he's got a healthy lead, hasn't he? And this is a thing, for people like Mark Darbisher, your Gavin Byrne, and those experienced Jez Bragg, and those with experience. It takes a lot of patience to be able to hold yourself back and not lose your head by thinking, God, this guy is ahead of me by a long way.
I'll check Peter's results in a second as well. Yeah, again, you've got to run your own race. You can go off and you can chase someone at the front. When it's one runner that goes off, depends who that runner is. If you know, like they might just be better than you, right? And they might be sticking it. Peter could have had an absolute fantastic training block. He's coming here knowing that he's gone above and beyond that he normally would do, and his level's so good that's his 100-mile pace. And as a runner behind, if you're the best runner in the field by a long way, you can run other people's races. But for most, even at the top end, you've got to run your own race, because if you run someone else's race, he might have just planned this as a 30-mile training run. He's going to stop. He'd paid his entry anyway. He's got a wedding to go to later, and he's stopping at 30 miles. He's going to Cocking. You don't know that. You probably running the whole way, right? Let's just put that. I haven't spoken.
But you never know, do you? And that's the thing. You've got to run your own race. You so often see people when they're feeling good, they kind of start speeding up, and that's when things can implode.
We often say to you want to simmer but not boil over. So people get excited, they surge, then the low gets a bit lower, so they get low, and they feel good again, so they go harder. And the harder you surge, the bigger the low is the next one coming along. You want to be just like Simon Yates at the Giro d'Italia, just consistent the whole 3 weeks. Same as whole 100 miles. You want to be ticking along. You don't have to do anything fantastic. You've just got to slow down less than everyone else.
Well, 100 mile is down to, I would say, I don't know if you'd agree, about a third down to your mental strength, a physical third, and then getting your personal admin.
I would look at it in a way is that you still got to have the fitness. So like your potential is from your fitness and your training. Psychological stuff definitely comes into it. I think if you haven't put the time beforehand and the training, no amount of grit and goodwill and strength there is going to get you through behind someone who's kind of a lot fitter. But it is an integral part of it. If you don't have it, you're just not going to get there ahead of the people that have got that mental strength, unless you are like twice as good as them, right? So it's kind of finding that balance, but it's a puzzle that has different pieces every time you go to, and you can get one thing right. Like last race, someone might have gone, I absolutely nailed the nutrition this time. The next time around, it's a complete mess up. And then the other person's like, oh, my psychology's spot on. I'm absolutely fine on this time. I'm working on my fitness. And then somehow the psychological game's changed because there's more people around them. Oh, there's another biker. If one of our runners comes past in a bike, we've got to stop him. Could be, you just see Mark Darbisher hanging onto the back of a mountain bike as he comes through. There is our second runner coming at the top of the hill there now. I've just got Peter's results. He ran last year in the Black Beacon 50 in 9:43, which I think is probably your neck of the woods, Wales.
It is.
And he was first there. And then he was, in 2019, he was first at the Winter Cross Ultra 50K. The Santa Cruz Extreme in Spain, he was 23rd. And in 2015, Salisbury 54321. That was a good sound check race, that.
And having the World Trails Majors a part of the South Downs Way 100, I'm sure you're seeing the caliber of runners coming here increasing all the time.
The Gran Canaria World Trail Majors has brought this race alongside some iconic races in our sport, like Trans Gran Canaria, Ultra Trail Mount Fuji. You've got Black Canyons in America, Hong Kong 100 earlier this year, the Madeira Ultra, Swiss Canyons just last weekend. Oh, he's fallen over. Oh, that was a hard fall. I might.
That's the other. Yeah, Robbie's going to go and check on the runner, and that's the thing about ultra running. Let's see Robbie running up to go and help and find out what's happened there. But that's the whole thing with sport, and especially ultra running. You've got to expect the unexpected. You can be the strongest person out there, but a twist of the ankle or a fall can end a race just like that. Hopefully, the runner is feeling okay. He's I don't know what happened. It must have been a slip or something. And it's quite easy to have injuries. And like Robbie was saying earlier, you can be at the peak of your fitness. You can have the strongest psychological mind, but a slip or a fall, or you might miss taking some salt tablets, and then your body just can't keep up with the extremities of running 100 miles. Let's hope that everything is going to be okay. But psychologically, for the other runners, hitting this first checkpoint will be a welcome relief for many. They've nearly a fifth of the way through a 100-mile race. They've got their support teams here waiting. That'll be a massive boost to their confidence. Some of them might be cutting and breaking this race into small chunks, and that's the way of tackling these sort of races. You just cut everything into small chunks, one checkpoint to another, 10 miles at a time. Whatever your mantra, use it to get to the next checkpoint. Robbie is running down with the other runner. He seems to be back on his feet. That's good to know. I hope the runner who's coming in hasn't injured himself too much, but we can see there's another runner coming down behind him. And that's if you feel the grass here, it is quite slippy. The rain has been falling, not heavily, but it's quite humid here, and the grass is quite slippy underfoot. So running down this piece of hill will be quite challenging for many. Let's see Robbie showing his downhill technique. We're all watching you, Robbie. That's the way to do it. Everything okay? Everything okay?
Yeah, it's Adrian, our early leader.
Yeah.
A little bit of cramp.
Oh, cramp
Said
with
he's
it.
okay, yeah.
But he's back smiling.
He's running quite laboured gait there. He is in the Alpha Flight Freaks. They push you right up onto the front of your feet. So coming down here, that's our trainer.
Yeah, he's doing his hill repeats.
Blue and white.
Yeah, exactly. I did mention they do look as if they're running in the same team.
Dire Straits there. He had a bit of cramp. I was like, got closer, and he went down again, and I was like, oh no.
But we did mention shoe choice earlier this morning, didn't we? And he's in the Alpha Flies. Maybe the grip isn't great, but comfy. He's gone for cushioning over everything else.
I feel less bad about calling him a Wally for going up the front at the start now, because he was absolutely hammering it. And that's what happens in this kind of race. It may feel like you're running at a pace that you can keep up easily. But if you're overexerting your muscles in a way that they can't sustain 23.4 miles, even on the muscles there are already overloaded. Well, it's not an electrolyte issue. It's not a hydration issue or anything like that. So early in the race, he's just bombed the downhills too hard, gone too hard uphill, and he's cramping because of that, I think.
Well, he's not. He doesn't seem to have a support crew with him as we're watching him run downhill. He's going towards the checkpoint, so hopefully he'll be able to sort himself out and not lose too much time.
I don't know if he's going in the checkpoint though. It looks like he's going round, missing the checkpoint. The next one after this is another few miles off.
You're right. Yes, he's carrying on. Is he? He's walking. Well, let's see. We'll keep an eye out on. We've got another runner coming down.
Well, who's this one coming in now? They seem to not have fallen over, which is much better for my cardio. This could be Alistair Cartney if it's number 17.
Right.
Again, he looks like he's not flowing down there. He looks a little tender already.
Yes. I wonder how things are.
Our cameraman James Hatton in his precision gear.
Yeah.
He looks smooth.
He is looking as if he's.
Alistair, how are you going? Pretty good. Yeah, looking smooth. He looks like he's about 80 miles in. So that's a good sign. Hopefully they'll watch you back afterwards after winning.
But this is the thing, you never know. I was saying earlier, you've got to expect the unexpected. Some people might look as if they're struggling, and then they'll all of a sudden they.
Sometimes you know. Like seeing Adrian run round that first loop
I'm trying
and
to
cramp at the top of this climb here.
all the time.
Alice is an experienced runner.
Exactly.
He's like the Grand Slam kind of, I think, this year. Oh, get me breath back soon.
And what was like running down there? What was the conditions underfoot?
Downhill's lovely.
Was it?
Uphill after a while starts to
though?
bite. No, it's not slippery at all. No, it's solid. You've got the right shoes on. I've got some half decent grip on my feet. Alice had the Adidas, the carbon shoes they've got. And again, they're a nice shoe, better than a road shoe. But again, they push you up onto your toes a little bit more. So
they rock you, wouldn't
yeah, so on some of these downhills that are more runnable, they're really going to work the quads a bit. So maybe we'll start seeing some sore quads in the second half. But that's our first three. And they weren't the first three that we were expecting, which is quite interesting. Oh, James Hatton's gone all the way down there. He's got to run back up, isn't he? He's going to regret that.
It is. Now we've got a group of runners coming down now. So they're working together, I would imagine.
In cycling terms, that's our breakaway. Right. And I think this could be our peloton coming up with our Mark Bogacar Darbisher in the middle.
Yeah.
And maybe Joe Vingegaard Turner in there. Let's see who's coming.
And it does make a difference running together in a group. But I not maybe so much as cycling, where you can draft and make the most of utilizing your advantage in a peloton to add some extra energy and speed and pace and save some muscles.
Some of the crewing that's going to come on here, I think. Chris is coming down first, isn't he? It looks like a vegan runner's vest at the front. Oh, that's not him then.
We're talking to a couple of support crews here who are waiting for their runners. Yeah, does it make a difference? We were just talking about the peloton and having your running peloton together in inverted commas. Does it make a difference having a group of runners? Because you kind of running to each other's pace and.
In terms of physiological drafting, we're not running at pace enough for quicken it, but
No,
they do talk
exactly.
about psychological drafting. So it takes a little bit of the pressure off it. You haven't got to think about the task ahead. Like from a psychological point of view, you're kind of relaxed a bit more. As we look in here, we can see some of the runners coming in. We've got at the front, we've got number 20, which is Simon Withers.
From Southby runners.
There you go. Oh no, he's got a different club listed here. We've got Joe Turner coming in next. David Green here as well. Oh. One of the crews here is having to put his flow gel into a bottle. He's squeezing it in. It's a flow gel. It's a 300-gram gel. It's got to go into that one bottle. We've seen a whole group of people come past. So this gel is something that Joe will take on over the next course of the race. Look how calm and relaxed he is coming through here. He knows that this is important to the second half of his race. He's in the lead group, and he's the three ahead have rushed through here, and the likes of Joe, an experienced ultra runner, who's just taking his time to get the food he needs, and then he's going to move on.
It's interesting to see the kit choice here as well.
He's still got a time for a kiss with the missus.
Yeah.
Ever the gentleman.
A race pack there. He's gone with a belt instead.
Yeah.
Very light for 100-miler.
So the Centurion race we've got some mandatory kit that Joe's got to have squeezed in there, but also he's got the Soar running shorts. Got a decent few pockets on there as well. This is Chris Kelly coming out. Chris Kelly's one of the 24-hour runners I'll be running with in October. He's run 273k in 24 hours. So this for Chris is a short day out. But yeah, you see that lead group, they are now being led through into the checkpoint anyway.
Yeah, Mark
so
Darbisher has taken the lead of that particular group.
It's interesting to see if any of them are going to follow the course or they're all going to go. They don't have to go in the checkpoint. So
right.
The time saved by using the crews has now been lost by the runners all going into the checkpoint anyway. Probably just to go and thank the volunteers, I'd imagine, which is very gracious of them.
Yes, and also very important. Let's talk about the volunteers.
I might suggest that we've got our volunteer here. Is it possible, do you think, we could have someone that would...
There should be a yellow jacket down there. You just direct them to say, don't go in.
So maybe we could get them...
So focused on the people. Really hear me saying,
yeah, that's the thing.
Yeah. So, and what's your name again, mate? Owen. Owen raced here last year, didn't you, Owen? Part of us.
Yeah, I did.
You DNF'd? Oh, sorry. Where did you DNF?
Business.
Unfinished business on this race. Yeah. But I'll be back. I'll be back some years. I'm not an advert for runners at the moment because I had a knee replacement 6 weeks ago.
Oh, fantastic, though, as in your back.
Yeah, well, I'm stood. I'm stood. I'll be back running soon.
Exactly. Great attitude to have.
Yeah.
And how is the knee?
It's doing really well, actually. It was a bit sore for a few weeks, but doing really well. Yeah.
Oh, good. And are you going to come back here?
Yeah, I want to come back and do this.
And was it, even though you had a DNF, did you enjoy it up until the point you gave up?
Actually, well, I wasn't very well. I actually went down with COVID 2 days later.
Oh, right. Okay.
Which is what
Yeah.
got me to DNF last year. I've done other Centurion events. I've done the Autumn 100, which was brilliant.
Well, what is it about the 100 miler that brings you back to it?
I think I'm not a fast runner. I think there's a risk of failure, and I think the joy of the success is so massive when you actually achieve it. I think, I could do a 5K and I wouldn't feel much at all.
And that's such a great. Robbie's just disappeared now, but that's such a great reason for running, because in 100 mile we've got the elite runners, but we've got 500 runners who are just doing it for the fun of it, just to finish, just to prove to themselves that they can do something that's many would think impossible.
Exactly. And I find just doing the same route as some of the elite runners as well. You just do, you got the really good ones. It's all, if you play football, you don't go to play on Wembley Stadium. I better grab the gate for this next run.
Yes, I'll let you do your job. And it does save so much time to have somebody open a gate.
Good job.
Well done. First aid kit. Right. This runner's just asked for the first aid kit. But he looked okay, but I saw hand was it must probably a fall earlier. And often when you in ultra racing, we are privileged in a way, you and I. We get to race them, but we also get to see them from this side of the fence. And you're often seeing somebody with cuts and bruises.
Yeah, well, even in Jenny Dunkley, who we've got a good interview with, we can maybe go to after this call. She cut herself winning Thames Path. She's a little scar on her chin, but yeah, she finished just still bleeding. It didn't stop her winning. But yeah, so that was even chatting to her about that. She's like, yeah, I fell over, I'm going to try it. And she'd fallen over in London Marathon the week before. And she's just saying, my main goal for this race is to not fall over. Here's another man in precision hydration kit.
Well done.
5:09.
And if we're flying down the mountain there.
I'd like to see them using a pace that they're going to use in the second half. So we'll see him second half, see how well his pace is. I'm down at 5:09, so check who it was.
Yeah, you do that. While you were very busy yesterday. Harry Pickering.
Go on, Harry.
Well, you were very busy yesterday interviewing a lot of the elite athletes, and I'm hoping that we can go to you. You mentioned Jenna earlier.
Jenny Dunkley. Yeah. Maybe we can go to Jenny Dunkley's video and her interview from yesterday, because she spoke about like a deeper reason she had for. She's doing the Grand Slam, which is all 4 of 100 milers. Starting with Thames Path, which she did not long ago, South Downs Way 100, North Downs Way 100, and Autumn 100. And she's also doing our Winter Downs 100, which is unnecessary for the Grand Slam. Seems a bit kind of much when you get to December. You're thinking, one more? And hopefully we've got a good interview. Jenny Dunkley is who we're hoping to see a little video from. I think I got the name right. I better check. We've got another runner from our 100 tomorrow. We've got Jenny Dunkley here. Jenny, welcome to Matterley Bowl.
Hi, Robbie.
It's all right. I'm friendly. Don't worry. Jenny has already won one of our 100 milers this year. Which one of those was that?
It was the Thames Path 6 weeks ago.
6 weeks ago, and you're doing the Grand Slam this year.
Doing the 4.
So we've the Grand Slam at Centurion. It's the Thames Path, the South Downs Way, the North Downs Way, the Autumn 100, and then you've also apparently signed up for the Winter Downs 100 as well.
I have signed up for the Winter Downs 100 as well. That one's, that'll be 500, yeah.
Do you know that, because all the people who've done the slam in the past are now going to have to come back if you do this?
Do the extra 100, it's going to,
Oh,
And you're actually running it for a special cause as well?
Yeah, so my 4-year-old little nephew got diagnosed with a brain tumour last year, and so he's just gone through brain surgery, radiotherapy, and this week he's just had his last chemotherapy. So he's got his boosters in the next 2 weeks, but then he'll be done. So basically I'm doing 520 miles for the 52 children that are diagnosed with that particular type of cancer each year. So that's 10 miles per child. So the week before Thames Path, I did London, paced a friend to halfway, and then jogged it in type thing.
And the name of the charity's on your top there?
Yes, Young Lives versus Cancer.
So if you are watching, please feel free to go and donate.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, it probably makes running 100 miles feel easy then.
Yeah, when it got tough on the Thames Path, you just sort of think about what they're going through, those little kids, and it makes it much easier.
Yeah, that is a strong motivator.
Absolutely.
Often we talk about people's why to get to these finish lines, and I can't think of a stronger one.
No, absolutely not.
And I heard you fell over during the Thames Path as well.
Yeah, I fell over at London and in the Thames Path. So the goal for tomorrow is to stay on my feet.
That is a good goal. I think you can tie into, because you can look at ways to achieve that, like fuel well, pace well, all this kind of stuff. You'll stay on 2 feet.
So London, it was a speed bump that got me. About mile 7, and then Thames Path, it was towards the end, about mile, I don't know, about 88, came off a bridge and went into barbed wire.
Barbed wire?
So the chin was barbed wire, and then sat sitting on stinging nettles, so that was made for a nice 12 miles at the end.
Sometimes I find stinging nettles are a good distraction to the pain in the legs.
Yeah, it was.
I run through them on purpose once on the Gran Union, I think. I was thinking, well, my legs can't, these really hurt. If I run through stinging nettles, maybe it'll be a distraction.
I did the buddy helped my pace at buddy run in the Gran Union a few weeks ago.
So you did that? You was there as well, that one?
Did 45 of that.
Because Stuart was, where is he over there? You did Gran Union, Stuart, did you?
I did Gran Union, yeah.
Yeah, he was there as well.
Awesome.
Yeah, we're just one of our Centurion volunteers. The Gran Union Canal Race is one of the, for me, the British classics.
Yeah.
It's one of my, I did it many moons ago, but have you done?
No,
you fancy it?
It seems a bit too far for me.
But 520 miles in a year.
Yeah. No, it's one go, isn't it? I'm not sure.
I'm pretty sure when I started out, I did 400s in a year, and then the Gran Union. So you're on a similar path. It's going to seem sensible by the end of the year.
I know, my pacer did say to me, I've got 2 paces tomorrow, but one of them said to me, he said, I think the Gran Union is next on your list, but I'm not sure.
Did you have a chat to Stuart about it after? I reckon he'll win you over. I'm pretty sure he enjoyed it. If you like small bridges, although yeah,
with the chin. Not sure.
But if you like canal boats as well, because what I quite like as well, their max speed is 5 miles an hour, which is 12-minute miles. So at the start of the race, they're not even allowed to go as fast as you can run along it. So you can kind of really
go for it.
Race the boats. But towards the end, sometimes they overtake, and that's a little bit demoralising.
I think I only saw one moving when I was buddy running. Yeah.
And for tomorrow, have you got any bits of the South Downs Way you're looking forward to?
I did this a few years ago. It was my first 100, and I've got really good memories from like Jack and Jill to the finish. I loved it. Absolutely loved that last 30 miles. But whether it'll be the same tomorrow,
I hope it's the same tomorrow.
Yeah, I had a great time last time, so I'm really looking forward to it. Tomorrow's no pressure. Just go out and enjoy it. Yeah, fuel well and see what happens.
What will you be fueling on tomorrow?
So I've got the Precision 90-gram gels, the chews, and then there'll be like potatoes, a bit of tailwind, a few sandwiches, and that sort of thing.
There you go. Yeah,
ginger beer. That's the other
ginger
thing.
beer? My wife likes the ginger beer. We have to import them sometimes. No, that's the 90s are quite easy to get down in one go. I've taken to doing them in one go. I don't advise that if you haven't before.
I probably won't tomorrow night.
But like Dan Lawson, we saw him doing it in the 24-hour champs, and he just straight away, and I thought I'll try that. And the first few times wasn't a fan, but now I've got like the hungrier I get in a race for energy, the more likely I might just finish it in one go. But
yeah, I don't know. I think I like them because of the screw top, and just if I'm feeling a bit sick, I can just take a little bit a little bit at a time and put it back in, and know that it's not going to go everywhere.
Nice.
Yeah, so I think they're good.
Fantastic. Well, you've got some tailwind in your bottles and a tailwind on the weather forecast as well.
Yeah.
So
not over 20, is it? 19, I thought when I looked today.
I personally, I'm hoping for some hot weather, just because I like carnage in the second half. It makes the commentary easier. But it does also make it easier for the smart racers. So
yeah,
if it's hot, it's an opportunity. If it's cool, it's good for fast times.
Yeah, fingers crossed it's not too hot.
Have a great race tomorrow, and thank you for
Robin.
doing an interview beforehand.
Thank you.
Welcome back to the South Downs Way 100 mile. Robbie and I are watching with delight the race progressing. The ladies are coming through, and it's going to be such an exciting 100 miler for them, isn't it?
And I think, yeah, you currently can see the battle for the first lady with Julia Davis and Lucy Gossage battling it out neck and neck at 23.4 miles when they come past the QECP checkpoint 2. And Nicole Frisbee's just been passed in third. She's heading towards the checkpoint now. That is a race that I'm very excited to be experiencing. We saw Lucy and Julia meet with their crews here. Very swift, efficient, relaxed changeovers, a bit different to some of the men we saw coming through. A little bit more panicked. They looked a bit more laboured. Julia she was out for like an afternoon jog.
And she was. Lucy was using poles, so that's an interesting one. We're seeing a lot more ultra runners using poles now, just like you lot in Europe and on the mountains.
You lot in Europe. I'm the idiot without them. No, yeah, it's interesting. Even on the downhills, if you've got the technique, the poles can be really useful for taking some of that load off your quad on the downhills. And they'll still come in handy uphill. And then the way off is often for those athletes, is it worth carrying the whole way? Are they going to get in the way a bit? But Lucy is someone who's probably used to using those poles, especially on flatter terrain, because the Pennine Way, although you're going at a pace and effort level that you are hiking more of the climbs, you end up using those poles on more runnable stuff, especially in the spine in winter. So Lucy's probably a dab hand at using them on the flat.
I am so looking forward to seeing how that battle progresses between Julia and Lucy and the other ladies. We've only just started the 100 mile in a way. They're fifth of the way through. Oh no, they're fourth of the quarter way. My maths isn't that great, and that'll be a psychological boost as well, knowing right, 25 done. Let's move on to the next three quarters.
When you think about it in terms of distance, yes, they are a quarter of the way through. When you think about it in terms of time, they're probably a little bit less than that. Because as you slow down, it means that, yes, 25 miles at the start and 25 miles at the finish are even in terms of distance, but in terms of time, that final 25 could take an hour more.
We were talking earlier. We're just looking at the live feed here, and Lucy. We were talking about the poles. Of course, she's flying up that climb now, constantly using those poles.
Using the poles. I'm just looking at us. Look, there's a video of us playing
the video. Yeah, and it's just like you said, fluid. It saves the knees so much, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Like I said, it'll suit one runner, it won't suit another.
So if you're well trained with poles, they've done some studies that look at about 30% more efficient. But the thing is, you're either looking at, is it saving my energy from my legs, my muscles, and you're using your arms a bit more. Sometimes people, they use the poles and they actually work a bit too hard as well. But it's finding that balance, because you can go, oh yeah, I feel great, my legs are okay, but there's still a finite amount of energy you've got for this distance. So if you're using more muscles because your arms are being more involved, yes, you can work 30% harder or go 30% easier for the same pace, whichever way you want to look at it. But you're still burning that extra energy just because you're using your arms, not your legs as much. You're still using your legs. You have to kind of find that balance because you need the energy to keep coming in.
Let's talk about the ladies. Lucy and Julia at the moment, both battling out at the top of the table in a way. Two very completely different runners, but I'm sure you know Julia as her coach. I've seen Lucy race as a pro triathlete and an Ironman champion. Very, very strong mentally, both of them.
Yeah, and they come from different backgrounds for sure. Like Julia's background's like short cross country road marathons. I mean, Lucy would have run a fair few road marathons in her triathlon days as well. So like, she just wouldn't have had to, unless she swam out of her hotel room and then cycle to the start. It should be in some ways a little bit easier because she hasn't had such a laboured start to her run. But they both got, in recent years, Julia's been in the Great Britain team over the mountains, the last world champs in Innsbruck, and on the road at the ACP for England, and then she ran under 7.5 hours, and also in India last year for the world champs. Whereas Lucy's been going to the further end of the spin. She won the spine earlier this year. She'd gone back there with a point to prove to herself, and a fantastic time there at the Spine in very tough conditions this year. Very different to today's conditions.
And she's dropped down to 100. She's never done a 100, and yet Julia is stepping up to the 100. So it'll be interesting to see how they both.
She's done like the Lakeland 100, and there was one other 100 in the past, both around 24-hour 100.
Yeah,
and this is a well under 20-hour.
Yeah, and it's a runnable course, isn't it?
So it is different. Like Lakeland 100 has got runnable sections, but it's got mountains as well. And again, you're out for 24 hours. Where I think both of those ladies, I'm pretty comfortable to say they're on course record pace, which is Bethan Mouse 16:49. We'll check that to make sure we're right on that. Bethan, if you're listening and we've got it slightly wrong, we can only apologise. But yeah, they're both on course record pace. I would hazard a guess that Nicole Frisbee in third is probably also not far off that record pace.
And you know, the women are just getting stronger and better. And I'm not too sure. We'll have to find out how many female runners are racing, but it would be nice to know if we are.
Find that out.
Yeah, we can find that out. Yeah, and
generally we find as the distance goes up, so like around brilliant things like parkrun is seeing a huge influx at the base of our sport in terms of participation, and the gender like is pretty equal down at that point. Even up to marathons now, we often seeing 50-50 split, male and female at the big city marathons, and that does come into the ultra and the trail. The longer you go, the less we see it. So again, a few years ago, we were seeing maybe 10% of some of the big races like UTMB, and a lot of races have got some good initiatives. Oh, here's our fourth lady. She's looking very relaxed coming down.
Yes, and everybody looks as if they're enjoying themselves. I was mentioning earlier, psychologically, it must be quite a boost to see, friendly faces, even if you haven't got a support crew. You know, the camaraderie from supporters to the runners, strangers to runners is always quite uplifting.
And there's a lot of dogs. So like I like to see dogs run.
I do as well.
Some people use like heart rate and pace per mile, but other people use dogs per mile as a metric to measure quality of training. And here you've got like along this stretch here, I think there's 4 or 5 dogs per mile here, which is a good amount.
Do you know what? I'm missing my dog just seeing all these dogs.
You've just got to play with it. The ones, these ones are our dogs for the day as well. We'll just
you're a big dog person as well, aren't you?
Yes. No, I am.
Is it
Rosa and Peter.
Rosa, that's it. Yes.
What's your doggo's name?
Nell.
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 Well, after Nell McAndrew.
Well, no, not really.
Okay, just checking.
Yeah, let's just make up the Nell McAndrew. No, it's like the name.
Pikachu.
Pikachu, as in Pokemon. I'm just thinking, you don't look as if you're somebody into Pokemon, but there we are.
Yeah, I could be.
Well, you could be, yes.
I'm into Warhammer.
What are you? You're an icon. You're humble. What else have we already said about you?
Let's check.
And you're a Pokemon fan.
I'm not a Pokemon fan.
And you live in Palaces.
That was Helen Newman just coming through. She was in 4th.
Right.
So I'm assuming the one ahead might have been Tina Bergman or Anastasia Hounslow. But they were all within a couple of minutes at Beacon Hill. And that was around 11 miles. So they've done another 11, 12 miles to get to here. So we are, again, the women's race is close. And I think anyone in those top 5 there, and I believe I'm going to go with, this is Carla coming from the Running Star. Do you reckon, Tom? Is that Carla? Yeah.
All right.
No, husband's there.
Can we get a video ready, a montage of your chat with Carla ready, because you spoke to her yesterday.
Yeah, but last time we did that, we couldn't come back. But yeah, if the team and the crew, Carla's coming through here, it'd be really good to maybe jump to the interview we did with Carla yesterday. Carla ran, she was 3rd at the Anglo-Celtic Plate last year, and she's a fantastic runner, runs to Northern Ireland, coached by Dr. Jamie Pugh. And he's one of our Centurion coaches. And the reason you can see that is because she's got a polka dot bib on.
Yeah, I can see. Why is that then?
Because all our coached athletes have got polka dot bibs, because me and James like cycling. So that's why.
And
well done, Carla. Always smiling.
And she's got her nutrition ready, quick change
go to the interview.
Of a quick change of food, hydration. Let's see how it works. It does make a difference, doesn't it?
She's nice and relaxed. We'll give a bit nosy.
How are you feeling, Carla?
Yeah,
you're looking very relaxed.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, been okay.
How's the conditions out there? Well,
yeah, it's perfect.
You carry on doing your stuff, and
Yeah,
then we'll just keep on talking.
Yeah, pretty good, thank you.
Oh, brilliant. Well, Keep going.
Keep going.
You're doing really well.
Get
Great
on
time.
that ice. Get on the ice early before you need it.
Yeah.
See you in a bit. We've got more runners coming through. So if we welcome to Matterley Bowl.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
How are you feeling for tomorrow's race?
Yeah, excited, nervous, but all right. I think a bit nervous, but
What are you nervous about?
I think like any ultra, something is going to go wrong, and it's trying to figure out what that might be, and then like how I'm going to fix it, basically. But yeah, and I guess it's just a bit unknown, isn't it? Like how your legs are going to feel on the day. But yeah.
A little bit, isn't it? But it's that, for me, it's one of the beauties of ultramarathon running, is that something will go wrong.
Yeah.
And if you've got a good experience and ability to fix it, you can have a good day.
Yeah, yeah. And I think it'll be a good day anyway. It's going to be beautiful. I love the South Downs. That'll be good.
Have you got a favourite part of the South Downs that you're looking forward to seeing?
Oh, I like the pig farm. I love these like pigs. They're quite funny. Yeah, I don't know. And I love Firle Beacon, so I feel like, but that's quite close to the finish. So
that's one of our live locations. We'll be reporting.
Okay.
We might see you up there. We'll be there, kind of presenting on the course. But Firle
nice.
Beacon's one of our locations.
Oh, cool.
It's nice up there. And how's training gone for this one?
Yeah, like it's been fine actually. I feel like I've done lots of races, so I feel like I've not like had. It's not like I've just had this. I feel like I've had quite a lot of other stuff. So it feels like I've not been training exclusively for this. I've just been training.
Okay.
So yeah.
Does that help?
It's been all right.
Help a little bit, kind of put it a little bit less pressure on it.
Yeah, and then I think last week I was like, need to sort my stuff out and read all the stuff and make a spreadsheet and yeah.
Because last week was Welsh Castles Relay, wasn't it?
Yeah, last week was Welsh Castles.
And
it was amazing.
How was that? Yeah, what leg did you have?
I did leg 3, which is one of the mountain stages. So it's like undulating for about 9 miles and then it's straight up and then straight down. It's an amazing race, like completely bunkers. You don't get a lot of sleep over the 2 days is the downside, but it's good fun, like really fun.
And you've done a few races in the build-up as part of your training.
Yeah.
What was your favourite race you've done already this year?
I did Newport Marathon, which I loved, like low-key, really well organised, really nice. I did Boston Marathon, which was amazing. Boston was like probably the best major I've done.
How was Heartbreak? Is it Heartbreak Hill?
Yeah, so Heartbreak Hill, I was sort of glad they had a sign to say it was Heartbreak Hill, because I otherwise would have been like, is this the hill? Is it not the hill? I think like the hills aren't huge, it's just the fact you've run like 21 miles before you get there.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the road runners haven't got the legs for it. You're a ultra marathon runner, so you just...
I don't know. It was amazing. It was like absolutely incredible. Yeah.
And for tomorrow, what are your hopes for the race?
I think that I enjoy it and have a decent leg day, and I have fun. I think that's the main thing. I'd love it if I was super competitive, but it's so hard to know if that's going to be the case. It depends on everyone else. So I think I'm just going to focus on eating, drinking, running. That's it.
That's the best way with these longer races, is focusing on what you can control, your own race, and it's not until the last 20 miles. If there's a tear up to be had, you can start chasing people, but until then you've just got to be nice and relaxed.
Yeah.
What's your nutrition looking like? I know you work with Dr. Jamie Pugh, one of our Centurion coaches.
So a bit of carb loading in the last 2 days, mostly Haribo and rice. So I don't know if I ever want to see a Tang fastic again. And then mostly more 10 basically tomorrow, and then with the odd sandwich or I've got loads of random stuff that if I don't want any gels, I can have something else.
What sandwiches are you going for, though?
So I have a marmalade sandwich.
Marmalade
sandwich and some crumpets with honey.
Crumpets with honey. Good. I like the mix there as well. Crumpets, a bit of honey on top.
Yeah.
I tried stuff of what did I have? The worst one was I did a rice cake with spinach, and that was a terrible decision. I went back to sugar, just jam.
Yeah. Someone said that I should, get those mini baby potatoes with salt. Is the other thing, but today I've not had time to do anything with the potatoes.
You've got to cook them. The thing with the potatoes, you've got to eat quite a few of them to get the same amount that you'll get out of a gel or a bag of Tang fastic. So
and I've got flat Coke.
Flat Coke. You've pre-flattened it.
pre-flattened it.
It's important because you don't want to then just start fizzing it everywhere, because sometimes they're in the bottles and you have to like squeeze it every now and again to let the gas out.
Yeah.
Nightmare. Okay. I think that's a good. We covered a few good subjects there to get us ready for tomorrow. So have a great race tomorrow.
Thank you.
And we might see you at Foyle Beacon.
Yeah, sounds good. Sounds good.
welcome to Matterley Bowl.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
How are you feeling?
Welcome Centurion Running. We are three things really. An ultra distance events provider in the southeast of the UK. We have an ultra running store, both online and in person. And then we have a coaching arm to what we do too. And it's an arm that we're really passionate about. We've been coaching athletes towards races of all distances, on all terrains, in all environments since 2012. Headed up by Robbie Britton, who is the best in the business. Our team of coaches provide a framework for our athletes at our events, but events all over the world too, to train and race consistently, get the maximum enjoyment from their running and the most from the sport.
Within the Centurion store, we've got our training packages. And these aren't just a training plan, there are 50k and 50-mile options, but they're a booklet that gives you advice around nutrition, pacing, psychology, kit, and a whole lot more that can help you improve your ultramarathon running. From this level, if you're interested, you find that works for you, we've got Training Plan Plus, which is a group coaching setup. One of the beauties of group coaching is that you have free coaches that write you a plan once per month, and then in between you've got to adapt that yourself, but you have the knowledge of free coaches and the group as a whole. There's a lot of information that the other people in the group can do to help each other, and we find that's a really strong community and a nice way to experience coaching at a slightly more affordable price point. And then we've got our marquee one-to-one coaching, where you're working directly with our expert coaches, and you'll start that off with an initial consultation where you get to know each other, and then for the years ahead you have direct contact via WhatsApp, email, phone with your coach, who learns about exactly what you need, what you're training for, and what you want to run.
I think part of having a good coach, or the qualities of a good coach, is somebody who's going to challenge you, but also then somebody who's going to be there to support you all the way through that process. So be there on a day-to-day basis sometimes, help you through the hardest times, and then also support all of the small and big victories that you might have throughout the year. I think being part of the community of Centurion coaches means that we can bounce ideas off each other. If there's maybe something I've got a bit less experience of or less knowledge of, I can open that up to the wider team. Someone has probably coached an athlete in that type of scenario, more often than not, has coached an athlete doing that exact race that some of my athletes are doing.
So we have a really active group where you can ask any questions, and within that Centurion as well, James has got his finger on the pulse for races. We can ask, like, someone needs a 50k in March, what do you know? James knows everything that's going on. You also get access to the store, to the races as well as the Centurion support. We sort of all know which athletes are Centurion coached, and there's always how's that guy doing? Oh, he didn't do that. It feels a little bit like a little family, which is lovely.
A good coach is someone that can, I guess, take someone's lifestyle and the time that they have and get the best quality training with the time they have available. It's not about necessarily changing your whole lifestyle to fit a 120-mile week, because it's just not manageable for most people. So it's taking the time you do have and just getting quality training to get the best results in your races or goals that you have for running.
I absolutely take a huge amount of joy from helping people achieve their goals. Be it their first 5k, 10k, getting a PB over a short distance, or finishing a race they never felt they could get to the end of. We might work on goals, short-term goals over 6, 12 months, or big pie-in-the-sky ones that are 3, 4, 5 years down the line. And it's just fantastic when you know how hard someone's worked to achieve a goal, and you've been a small or big part of that, and then you see the smile on their face at the finish. It's just nothing like it for me.
Yeah, seeing clients do races that I never thought were possible, it is an incredible feeling. It makes it all that hard work worthwhile.
We try to look after our coached athletes more than just via their coaching. We have them a discount at the store, they can enter the races a little bit later than some other people, and then we even have special bibs at the races so they can see each other and know that they know the secret.
Jim? Coffee?
It's the first time I do this race, so it's the first time also abroad.
Washington, right? They are. Yeah, I'll take that.
I'm super nervous.
Again, if you're running the race and you can make your way to the start.
Bit of excitement. Came all the way from Belgium to do it, so I think done 100k, but 100 miler is something else.
Race cruising in a few minutes.
The route is really, really special. It's all really nice.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
They start here in Winchester, they run 100 miles east to Eastbourne on a trail that's existed for 8,000 years.
Enjoying the countryside. It's lovely, huh?
Cup?
Yeah.
Yeah, sir. No, I'm going to just have a bit of a snack.
Food, mate.
No, I'm good, thank you very much. Thanks,
Well
everyone.
done.
Thanks, guys.
Well done, well done.
We go again.
It's really special because it's such an ancient trail. People have walked along this trail for thousands of years. You can almost feel the energy of all of those years of people walking along it as you go along it, and it's the best race that we have in the UK.
It is different. It's a different vibe, I think, to racing in Europe.
I wanted to be clever, I never wanted to push myself, and I just stayed nice and easy the whole race, and it worked, yeah.
Just over 19 hours, and we're expecting her on the follow cam with Ross pretty soon.
And it's just so much longer. Get to like mile 40 thinking, I want to stop.
The atmosphere from local villages, towns as you run through is always really uplifting, whereas in the UK, the atmosphere is built from the community around the race itself, so when the runners come through the checkpoints, they get that.
Running levels everything. That common goal right there of running it brings people together.
No, we just met.
Just
met. Friends on the trail. Yes.
I think a race like this brings a sort of community together, and we have, very little in common in many cases apart from running.
When you run these events,
you realise how important the guys who volunteer at the checkpoints are. You know, they'll do everything for you. They'll fill your water, they'll get you food, they give you motivation, they'll give you a little kick when you need it as well.
We call it the Centurion Army as a bit of a joke, but they kind of come in as a recruit, as a first-time volunteer, and then suddenly, you know, we're here 10 years later with, you know, the ever-present people that are here year in, year out.
Well, I started doing this 10 years ago, doing the crewing, and Bridget invited me to come out. I didn't even think that people could run 100 miles. I thought she was lying to me.
Our community is so important to us that if we didn't have that, we wouldn't have Centurion. I mean, the community makes us.
Welcome to Centurion Ultra Running Store. I'm here at our shop just outside of Wheathampstead near St Albans. We've got our in-person store here and you can come and visit us once a month. We open for coffee, for chats, for guided runs. We often have a guided run during the day and for all your trail, ultra and mountain running needs. Welcome back.
Welcome back. Robbie and I here are at Bignor Hill, 43 miles into the race. The athletes have been running, walking, power hiking, whatever they've been doing for 5.5 hours.
I saw one lad kind of rolling down the last hill as well.
Oh, yes, you went and saved him. Fair play to you. He had a cramp, didn't he?
Cramped a couple times, yeah.
Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure he wasn't more worse off.
So they're nearing halfway. It's going to get quite spicy from now on, isn't it? They're getting into the pain cave. That first checkpoint, it was I'm sure there was a lot of elation and excitement. They'd got through like mile 22 and now it's like 43 miles.
Yeah.
This is the business end of it now.
I mean, if you've gone too hard, you're getting into the pain cave by Bignor Hill.
We've seen
if
that.
You're pacing it well, and we are seeing the front of the race, the men's race is it's kind of getting that natural reforming. We're bringing the breakaway back in, like you see at the end of the cycling, but they're not waiting for the sprint finish. They're bringing in quite early doors. It looks like our one solo chap out the front is being drawn back in. He's going to get a Combativity award, but we've heard after cocking, Mr. Newman was walking and cramping and shuffling, which is not the kind of movement like you want to be described as around 35 miles into a 100-mile race. So he is still in the lead, but Mark Darbisher and 3 others behind, including Joe Turner, have closed the gap significantly. And I, for one, expect to see Mark and his little crew come through first. And then behind Mark, we've got another 4 runners, another minute back. So there's 9 runners there within a couple of. Peter's got 10 minutes ahead of them, but I think if you're walking, that's going to get eaten up pretty quickly. And the ladies' race,
that's close.
That's close as well. We've got 2 ladies off the front. Julia Davis and Lucy Gossage have both made it into cocking, and there is a 1 minute difference between them. So they are racing hard. They're toe to toe the whole way through. So they'll have seen their crews again at cocking, and they'll be come out here. So Bignor, as you can see behind us, very exposed.
Yes, I was going to say long, exposed. This is where, like I said, business end of the race, and it's going to get personal now, isn't it? The competition is going to start.
Personal, yeah. I don't know. Maybe they're still friends at this point.
Oh yes, but what I mean,
last climb they start.
Yeah,
they might not be friends anymore.
Well, I don't think that's true enough.
You don't think
no, I think we're all friends in ultra running.
Okay.
I'm the one who's always kind of
super friendly. We'll ask them when they come through. Are you friends?
Are you still friends? So
No.
they've gone through nearly 2 marathons back to back.
Yeah, not far off.
Yeah.
Yeah, by the time they get here, 43 miles isn't far off. No, it's still 10 miles away.
And you know, when you're racing a 100-miler, when you did this race, how does your mind work? How does your mindset work? Do you start counting down the miles, or do you not think about the finish line? Is it about just living in the moment? We've got some
people coming up.
People coming up, some sound backgrounds going on.
In a race this long, you try not to think of the whole picture in one go. You break it down to as many small chunks as you get. I know, like back in 2013, I knew I had a pacer at 50 and a 70.
Where you can get pacers here? Yes,
from halfway onwards, I believe is
right.
the amount.
And you can't have as many as you want, as in one at a time, but
one at a time. You can't have like 30 people on with you.
I know that.
Not a party. It'd be chaos for the parking, wouldn't it?
I do would. Everybody, come on, join the party, Robbie. Forget about the race.
But yeah, and that for me, I was like,
What I mean, distance-wise, you could have like one every 10 miles or one every 5 miles, or
yeah, you
obviously
could,
logistically.
yeah, like if you got bored of people, if you dropped them, there's nothing better than dropping your pace. So that does feel fantastic. The person at the time that got dropped never feels that great when you've run 50 miles and you leave them behind after 10.
You don't want to do that. But go back to you were saying, sorry, the mindset. You get to 50 miles.
And then it just breaks it down. So in my head, it wasn't, and I said the same to Julia this morning, don't think about running 100 miles. Think, run to Jodie. So her friend Jodie's part of a crew. She's meeting her. She can pace anywhere from the start of the pace, but they're thinking like 65, 70 miles. They might start pacing together. And that's I said, just think about that. Go and run to meet your friend for a run. And I know it's obviously if you're running 65 miles to meet your friend for a run, that's a weird thing to do. But in this context, it takes that picture away from 100 miles. You're suddenly not thinking of this massive task. You're thinking of a slightly smaller task. And then you can start breaking it down. Well, in my head, I'd be thinking, Matterley Bowl, that doesn't count. That's just the start bit. You're just running around with a few people. There's family and friends are there. Yeah. Okay. And then to the first checkpoint, well, it's not far after that. So I'm not going to count that either. And all of a sudden, all right, I'm a couple of hours in. Oh, and I'm starting to see coming back. Well, that's nice. I'll catch those people up. And we get to the points like this. You think, oh, look, this is a nice little bit of road for maybe 80 meters. And then they're kind of on there and you think, well, I'll cruise to here and I'll get to that hill. And then I'll look over the other side and see what I've got. And that's just, you just break it down to as smaller chunks as you can.
I think it's great to have a long goal, isn't it? But I think having those little goals keeps you in the here and now, gives you little victories, so you can tap yourself on the back. So yeah, I've got to that bit.
Yeah,
I'll move on. And I know, you know, we've both run very long races, but even when you talk about a marathon distance, you're talking about 10 miles out, 10 miles back, and a 10K to finish. It's all about cutting things down into shorter bursts.
I like how you went imperial and metric there. That's good because it breaks it up. As you get into the race, you want to stop using miles because they're long. So I'll swap to kilometers.
That's what I do.
Yeah.
I do that as well. And I also, do you do this? I also count to 10.
That's
and
what
then
Paula Radcliffe used to do. She used to count to 100. And then
that's it. I count to 10, I start back again. And then if I don't reach 100 and I forget where I am, I've got to go back to the start.
I don't know if I've done that one. I've tried it. I used to try and do my 7 times tables descending to try and work on my technical skills because my brain was kind of having to do a lot, overloading it. I'm still not very good at that, but I didn't fall over.
That's good. But you're very good at maths now. At
7 times tables, yeah. I'm not bad at the 13s as well, but like anything too easy doesn't help.
I know a lot of runners who do their maths while running. I'm another one. I try to convert my miles into the kilometers. Then I do kind of everything is rhythm, really. Whatever. I think sometimes whatever takes your mind off the pain or the boredom you're going through at the time, it's a great way of just kind of escaping.
Yeah, you can distract yourself. Like some of the elements you have to be kind of switched on. Like you were racing in Snowdonia, the more technical sections you want to be switched on, but stuff like this where you haven't got to be so heavily thoughtful of your foot placing, and you still got to take care because it's chalky and flinty. But up there, going up there, you just if you have something else to distract you, and it can be. I like my maths are always so like, well, like you said, we're nearly halfway. I'll be go, well, look, I'm at Cocking. I've got 7 miles to Bignor Hill, and then I've got 7 miles to halfway, and then I'm on the home straight because I'm going back. I'm counting down, and then it's only 5 miles until it's 10 miles until it's 10 miles to go. Those maths are wrong, but like you just try and trick yourself into thinking it's a smaller distance.
And I think it works as well. I remember somebody in a race, and somebody I finished this particular race, and they said, "Oh, how could you cope with it?" It was a very long distance race, and they said, "How could you cope with that like number in your head?" And I said, "I didn't. I never thought of the race as 350 miles. It was more like I knew I could run 100, so it was 100 miles." With a 50 mile to finish.
You just got to get there, haven't you? 50
You just want to get there. It's one. I know it's a cliche and it's an overused cliche, but I think it's so true. You know what I'm going to say, don't you?
I'm looking forward to this.
It's 1 foot after another.
1 foot after another.
It's
yeah.
a marathon, not a sprint. I've got all the cliches, and you've heard them so often, but they were whatever mantra you use. Stick to it if it gets you out running.
Mantras. Have you got a mantra you're using? Because I was chatting to a few athletes this week about mantras to get you through, and I was getting them to practice their mantras to go through the tougher moments. Do you have a mantra?
I have. I've got a few.
Can you share it with us?
I've got glory. This was one I used in the Amazon, and I kept falling all the time, literally, physically, and mentally. And it was something my mother told me: glory is not by never falling, but in the way we rise when we do fall. And then my dad gave me a mantra when I went to the Arctic, and that was rest if you must, but do not quit. So every time I felt tired, I thought, right, and I wanted to quit. I thought, well, do I want to quit or am I just tired? And usually it's just I'm a bit tired, so take some food on.
You must. That sounds better in a Welsh accent as well. I thought I might play that back.
Rest if you must.
Yeah, the R's make it stronger.
Yeah. Have you got any mantras?
It's weird, like. For me, it's just something that sticks in the head. Like how that is it Ben Howard? Keep your head up, keep your heart strong.
Oh, I like that.
And then, a bit he does after, but like for me, it's like I try. Okay, it's a physical kind of reminder. Keep your head up and keep your heart strong. Well, I mean, yeah, I can't manage my heart health during, but like it just gives me a
I know
kind
what
of
you mean,
it
yeah.
centers me in what I'm trying to focus on. I keep my head up, I keep my heart going strong, and I just crack on, and then it just gets me into a little rhythm. Sometimes I repeat that to myself.
And there's another thing, it's not quite a mantra. One of the things that I have found, and I'm sure you've had this and many of you watching, and I'm sure a lot of these runners will go through it as well. You know, you get to a point in a race where the mind is saying, oh, what you're doing is ridiculous. Like physically, you shouldn't be doing this. And what on earth? And you're questioning
Some
your
of our runners are there already.
yeah, and we're questioning your life choices. And then you think, oh my goodness, my legs are going to kind of stop abruptly now. And then it's windy, isn't it?
It's a little windy.
And then you
go in the direction of
yeah,
the
yeah, exactly.
They're floating in it.
And that you kind of think, do you know what? Your boundaries or your limits, they don't break, they just bend. And you know, do you know what? I'm going through a bad patch at the moment, but within 10 Ks, I'll feel okay. It's that having that faith as well, that this is just a dip. It's just a little dip. It's not the end of the race. It's just a dip. Live with it and you'll kind of push yourself out of this little dip.
And that's one of the things. So in second place at the moment through cocking in our ladies' race was Lucy Gossage.
Mhm.
And in the interview we did yesterday with Lucy, she's run and finished and won the Spine. And that's one of those races where there are real kind of dips that kind of go up and down. And you know that when you're travelling for that amount of days in January, through snowdrifts, through bogs, Pennonway's famous for bogs, you have to be able to ride those ups and downs and kind of know they're coming through. And it could be good for us to jump to that interview with Lucy before whilst we're waiting for the first runners to come through. So in a minute or so, and Lucy at the moment is working well. I think she's pushing Julia, and Julia looks like, if I had to guess, Julia was running her own race and Lucy's racing her. But I don't know, because you see it like at the checkpoint they came through and Julia was pretty relaxed. She let Lucy go. She's gone back ahead. It'd be interesting to see how that unfolds, but I think we've got Lucy.
We have got Lucy. And before we go to Lucy's interview with you earlier, knowing Julia as you do, as a coach of hers, is she the type of runner who'd be threatened and think, oh, right, I need to will she forget her original plan of running her own race? And will she, oh, I know that Lucy's behind me, I better push. Or is she cool and calm in those situations?
I would say, if you spoke to Julia before the race about it, she would say it would worry her. But during the race, she's a fierce competitor and very focused on her own race. So I think during the race, she'll calm with it. But it would have been a concern of hers maybe before the race.
Okay. Well, let's hear what Lucy Gossage had to say to you, Robbie, yesterday.
Here we've got Lucy Gossage, one of our elite runners in the 100-mile race.
Yeah.
100-mile at South Downs Way 100 tomorrow. Lucy, welcome to Matterley Bowl. How are you finding it?
Yeah, it's good. It's nice and sunny, isn't it? I got the train down, cycled over, down the track, so yeah.
Are you camping tonight?
No, I've got a nice hotel.
You've got a hotel, but you've got to cycle there.
Oh, it's only up the track.
Okay, that's fair enough. Not like you do like a bit of cycling.
25 miles away.
24.
I did do that for later in the
I think I've cycled to an event once and slept in a bush before the start, but I wouldn't advise it too often.
No, I thought I'd treat myself to a hotel this time.
Nice, okay. And why the South Downs 100? What's drawn you to
Well, it's very last minute. It was about 2.5 weeks ago.
What 2.5 weeks ago? What struck you 2.5 weeks ago that made you say, you know what I fancy? The South Downs 100.
Do you know what? You'll laugh. But I was digging quite a big hole. There's so much fun stuff going on, and I'd done the lap, and I'd been out in Italy, and I'd just done so much stuff going into the laps, hadn't rested, and I just realised I was getting really tired. But there's so much fun stuff, so I was like, the only thing that will make me rest is a race that scares me, and this is a running race. So I emailed James, I was like, I know it's only 2 weeks away, or 3 weeks, or whatever it was. Any chance? And he said yes. So my main motivation, honest to God, was actually to just kind of rest and get some of this fatigue out. But I have always wanted to do a Centurion race, and actually this has been on my radar ever since I started running, so it's like, I'm really glad to be here.
Yeah, so an enforced taper was the main motivator?
Yeah.
Okay, and how are you feeling now? Has the taper worked, or did you carry on digging the hole?
No, I take it like this is a race that scares me. It's a lot, it's not what, it's very runnable. So
is that what scares you about this one? It's kind of
yeah, like I like the races where you get a lot of hiking. Well, I'm going to have my poles, but I'll still do a bit of hiking, but yeah, I'm scared about the running.
There's a fair amount of running in it. There is some decent ones that you can hike up quite well.
Yeah, I
second
looked.
half
I'm
as
looking
well.
forward to those.
It's like guilt-free kind of.
Guilt-free hiking.
This is the smart way to move at this point. Like, look at those silly ones. I run up them and then I have to lay down at the top often.
Yeah, well, who knows? I think this is very different to like stuff I've done before, and that's why it excites me, because I guess running it's like finding different stuff. It's different to triathlon. I don't want to be like as good as I can be. I just want to try different stuff and see what I like, and yeah. So
I mean, with your triathlon, so is it 14 Ironman victories? I think, James?
Yeah.
That's quite a lot, isn't it?
Yeah,
that's a decent amount.
average.
That's all right. It's more than most people, I think. I've only ever done one, and I didn't win.
Did you win it?
No, I was near dead last on the swim and the bike.
So was I.
Yeah.
I was always dead last on the swim.
But it was obviously a decent bit of flat speed running at the end of a triathlon normally, I guess.
Yeah, do you know, I used to be a decent runner, but
used to be.
No, I did.
Only won the spine this year. Used to be a good
That's not really
runner.
running, is it? I did used to be a decent runner, but I'm not now. Like if I'm breaking a sub 8 minute mile, I'm going quite quick these days. So, but I'm pretty strong. So I just don't know. Yeah, I've got literally. If you said what time you do, I would literally not be able to give you a window. I literally have no idea.
But that's sometimes the best way to race it. You go out there and you do your best. You do what's right for that mile, right for that part of the race, and then the time will take care of itself.
Yeah, I think I just try to get to 80 miles and see how I feel. 80 miles in fairly good shape, and that's the plan.
I was going to say like what's your training been like, but I'm guessing as it started 2.5 weeks ago with a taper.
Well, it was quite a refined taper because I had to cram in a bit of actual running. So I've done a lot of hiking. So I was like, it's better to run a marathon that I can actually run just to check I can run the marathon.
So you ran a marathon in the build-up in the last
2
few
weeks
weeks?
ago.
2 weeks ago. How was that?
Yeah, it was great. I was like 4 times this is going to be bloody hard. But I didn't walk. I ran the whole thing.
There you go. And where did you run that?
Around where, like, in fact, I plotted the route, similar elevation profile. I was like, okay, just get a rough feel for what this is actually going to be like, and then I tapered.
Are there any sections of the course you're looking forward to tomorrow in particular, other than the finish?
No, so I have biked it.
Okay.
I biked it in a day and then biked back the next day. I did look up how long that took me. So it took me 11 hours pedalling and 13 hours total time.
Okay.
So I'll be slower. Hopefully not twice as slow, but I'm interested in the percentage slower I'll be. Because I remember sorry, I'm rambling, but
go for it.
I do remember thinking this is a bloody hard bike ride, but then we're in ultra running. Everyone's like, this is one of the easiest ultras. You know, it's an easy ultra to do. And they say it's relatively flat, whereas when I did it as a bike ride, it was bloody hilly. So, yeah.
It's always relative, isn't it? Because it's as hard as you want to make it. Some of these races, the flatter ones, it's up to you how hard.
You just want to dig those holes, don't you?
I feel like you're a fan of digging holes. Like,
yeah, I do.
You considered construction, like archaeology. There's a good hole digging profession.
Quick medicine, yeah.
But like on the bike, the gates are a bit of a struggle. You can't. How's your bunny hopping?
Oh no, can't do that.
No.
There's probably a lot of hiking.
Yeah. So I suppose it would be easier. You won't have a bike to carry up the hills.
No, you won't. You won't. Yeah, and you won't get the free wheel down, I guess. But hey ho, it comes and goes, doesn't it?
Well, I don't want to take up too much of your time on this evening before, because the kids' race is starting.
Oh, nice. Bro.
Another 10 minutes. Mega. I like to try and guess which one's going to win.
How far's the kids' race?
There's a 1 mile race and a 5k race.
Oh,
So we cover
1 mile.
Metric.
There'll be some blow-ups in that, won't there?
Always is. It's wonderful to watch. Some life lessons in there for some of those kids. Like after 200 metres, and they're like, I didn't really realise how far a mile was.
Anyway, I'm looking forward to it. So it'll be good. So thanks for having me.
Brilliant. Have a great race.
Thanks.
And hopefully we can use this footage tomorrow when you're smiling on the camera. We'll pan back to now.
Go, where's the hill to hike?
Well, that was Lucy Gossage, and look who is coming through now. What timing. Mark Darbisher is actually leading, but he's got company. Hiya, you two. How are you feeling?
How you going, Mark?
All right.
You're looking good. You got some sun cream on? Nice.
Back to 50
That
on.
was David Green and Mark Darbisher at the front, in living their best life, getting ready to jog along.
Do you know what? They looked so fresh, didn't they? Just
Mark
look.
looked smooth, didn't he?
Yeah, they do look smooth. They've got that long exposed climb now up there. And how much of an advantage is it that the two of them are running together now?
Yeah, Mark's having. You can hear him having. If you've got a camera, he's going to avoid you. But if you're just running a trail race with him, he's going to chat away all the way up this climb. And I imagine he will try and talk the legs off of David. And the trick there is to ask an open-ended question. Don't ask like easy question to ask. Get to the bottom of a tough climb and go, "What was your childhood like?" Right. And then you
I was born in 1974.
Yeah,
and
just
then
kind of,
go on.
oh, how did you feel about that? And then you just let them just use extra oxygen going up the climb.
Yeah,
Mark's an
exactly.
experienced man. He'll be using that tactic now.
All those mind games.
Yeah, just kind of checking in on some really deep philosophical questions that David would have to use extra brain sugar and oxygen.
I
Maybe
don't
that worked
know
out as well.
David, but I know Mark is he's such an amazing runner and very humble with it as well. And what I love about it is that he isn't somebody who will come to a race stripped in sponsored gear or anything. He just wears what's comfortable, what he likes, and he just goes literally at his own pace. You know, it like Lucy was saying in the interview, she's got no idea what the pace she's going to hold for the next 50 miles or so that's left. She's just going out to enjoy it, and that's what you see with Mark as well.
Yeah, he's in our Centurion Ultra Team vest there. He's just chilling. I think this might be Joe Turn coming on as well.
I think it is. I
Give him
think
a
he's
split.
coming
He's
in.
going to get a split when he comes through that. But that's a lucky boy.
And it's very close. How are they doing course record wise?
I think there's 8 men under the course record. And the wind is, we can feel it heavily behind them. Let's see if Joe's had to open the gate on his own here, but he is looking good. Hey, Joe! That way.
Well done. How are you feeling, Joe?
Good work, Matt. 2 minutes behind the two of them. You can see up the climb there. Looking good, bud. Keep it up. Oh, sorry, I shouted that down the audio. Apologies, the audience. Might just be my mum. But yeah, no, that's Joe Turner coming through. And we have got an interview with Joe as well. Actually, we could use that in a minute if we've got a gap. We might have more runners coming though, so maybe that we'll play that for you guys as we kind of finish down on this segment. But I mean, that's 2 minutes is nothing in this kind of race.
I was just going to say, and psychologically, it's going to be a very, very tough race as well. We've got 2 more runners coming through, again running side by side. So you've got Joe chasing the 2 front runners, and then you've got position 4 and 5. Not far, they'll be able to see Joe in their eyesight.
Joe was.
You know, this is after 50 miles nearly. Well, 43 miles.
Yeah,
43.
Look, they're going to fill those extra 7 for sure.
Yeah.
Can't take them away from. This is Chris Kelly and Hugh Tibbs, second last year, and Chris Kelly.
Well done, Chris. Well done, Hugh. How are you feeling?
Oh, Chris. I don't know.
Now, Hugh just asking for a tap of water, so we'll take that as a.
Hugh's thirsty. That's what it is.
Yeah, as a clue that it must be quite hot. Let's talk about the weather and the conditions.
Hugh's thirsty for runners as well, though. We know that last year he came through and he finished hard, and he caught a lot of people in finishing second. So he's not left himself many to eat up in the second half. But
right.
Yeah, hopefully he gets a drink. But he won our North Downs Way 50, and he had him and Ben Hall had a proper race, and it was like neck and neck all the way to the finish.
I hope that we will see some racing today. The 50s going on. Well, what I mean is close racing, right? So
they're right there.
Yeah, I know you know what I mean. What I mean is with this being quite a fast 100-miler, runnable, and I hope that it goes right to the wire. Basically, that'd be good. Wouldn't it?
Around the track, you want to see a drop by.
That's what I mean by saying
Who do you
racing.
reckon out of those guys had the best 400?
The best 400. Oh God,
that's
a good question.
I know who I think.
Oh. Who do you think?
I reckon Hugh Tibbs. Look at the power that man. He was a broad, muscular man. If he turned up and said, "I'm here for the 400-meter race," you'd be like, "Sounds yeah." Whereas Mark Darbisher, lovely guy, but if he turned up for a 400-meter race, you'd be thinking, "I'm having you."
Yeah.
Whereas Hugh, he's a powerhouse. If it gets to the track, I reckon I'll back in Hugh at that point. But maybe Mark will surprise us.
Well, you never know, because I went running with a friend of mine who's a 2:38 marathon runner, and for once I felt as if I was slightly faster than her, because I took her up to the trails and she was kind of running like this, and then I felt, I was comfortable, and the first time I turned to her and I said,
You turn the screw a bit.
I was like, yeah, for once I feel a bit faster than you, and she's like, I don't know how you do it, but then I know on a track I would never be able to touch her, basically.
So if you raced her here, you'd have to drop her before the track.
Oh, definitely.
Like
That would
at least 30-second gap on the track.
Oh, 5 minutes most probably. A lot.
We have had it come down to, I think we had like Jeff Cheshire one year was caught by Paul Maskell in the final couple of miles. So it does go down to the wire. We've got all the these 5 guys that have come past. You're probably thinking at 43 miles we're likely to see our winner here, but we've got experienced runners behind like Jez Bragg, Rob Payne, Morgan Glazier that are coming through. For all one could actually kind of close these kind of gaps, because we're still only 5 minutes 40 behind. My first 100 miler, first 100 mile I won was the North Downs 100, and at 50 miles I was 90 minutes behind the leader.
Were you?
Yeah, it was a bit slower back then. You're not going to bring that much back here because of the experience of the runners, but it does show that it can turn in that second half.
That was what my next question was going to be about. Overconfidence and doubt. That's 2 emotions that a runner can get when they get to this point in a race. Do you go for it and kind of take that risk, or do you sometimes think, oh no, I can't do it, I better hold back?
We saw this last year. The last year in the men's race, the lead changed hands quite a few times. We had Jeff Cheshire at the start to cock in, and then we had Pete Windross and Rob Payne both come through and run hard. And Dan Lawson came through, and it's more about less overconfidence, but more kind of just keeping a steady pace the whole way. If you surge, you burn so much more energy. Your core temperature spikes up. You're more likely to run out of readily available fuel for your body, which you just keep it consistent the whole way,
and not panic, I suppose.
Yeah, you can't panic too much. It's wasted mental energy.
Yeah, and good. I suppose it happened to me last weekend. I was in
Welsh castles.
In the Welsh castles. I was, I just I initially started thinking, confident, and then of course the doubt started to creep in, and then I just thought, hang on, Lowry, just listen to your own body, run your own pace, and then it did come in the end, So I suppose on a longer scale, it's the same mental attitude.
Yeah, you're gonna have ups and downs, and you've just got to just know they're going to pass, but do what you can to help them pass. So it may be that you have to slow down a little bit, cool yourself down a bit, look at your hydration, nutrition, but kind of know they will pass. Don't panic about it, but take a second to do what you can manage. And it might just be you need to smile, and it tells your brain that actually it's okay. And smiling can help.
That it does. It's a scientific thing, isn't it?
Yeah,
It's been proven.
It changes your perception of effort. So your brain kind of sends a if you're smiling, your brain sends a signal out saying, "Can't be that bad. This idiot's smiling," right? And it's just
or is it just wind?
Could be. So I tell you, the Camille Herron, was the world record holder for 24 hours. She holds a huge amount of records. One of the most successful ultra runners of all time. When she runs, you can't. I don't know if it's a grimace or a smile. But if it does the message, the brain's happy with it. But she's kind of like, I was like, I think she's smiling, but I'm not 100% sure. So again, but she's the whole way around smiling. But they always talk about Eliud Kipchoge, doesn't he? Got a big old smile on his face.
Yes,
not
what
the
a
only
hero.
thing you need, because he has struggled in some of his last marathons. But when he was winning, he was smiling.
Oh,
when he was losing, he
what
was
an
smiling.
athlete! What an athlete!
Fantastic.
I think we've got somebody pulling in here.
We're coming.
Hello.
Oh, it's Julia's crew.
The Julia's crew coming to support. Let's talk about the support crew and how integral they are to an athlete's
Is this
race.
a crew spot? Is it a crew spot? Must be. Well, ask him.
Yes, let's do.
Is it a crew spot, Dan? Oh, nice. You're going to see Julia come through. Come and join us, Dan.
We're live.
Julia Davis's partner, Dan. How are you going, Dan?
Yeah, I'm good. Yeah, I'm a bit tired, but I'm not as tired as her, I'm sure.
Yeah, maybe that's tired. You've been doing you've got child looking after. Where's Woody? Is he?
He's in the back watching TV.
There you go.
Just don't tell Julia, basically.
Come through. Woody's watching TV.
We were just saying about how Julia always smiles and looks as if she's enjoying, and how mentally that surely does help an athlete.
Yeah, she's quite well known for being really, really smiley when she comes through, and everybody always mentions it. yeah, it's nice to see. But everyone is today, though. To be fair,
Yeah, because they got a tailwind, didn't they?
yeah, and I think they're feeling the heat now, though. The ice is starting to come out with everybody, so yeah, it's going to get interesting, I think, from now.
And how much, sorry, Robbie, how much pressure do you feel as support crew when you kind of see your athletes and also your partner come in and you're like, sometimes you just want to give her a coach, but then you also know, right, get out of checkpoint, just keep going.
I think you just go into like you just get in the zone, don't you, really, and you just do what you're told.
And you know
And you're
exactly, you
pleased
know
with
her so well, you must
it.
probably.
Yeah. You know, and you just adjust depending on what she needs, really. Or give Robbie a ring if he's not presenting. What do I do? But yeah, no, yeah, just got to get on with it for her sake, really, haven't you?
And Woody ran a race yesterday. He did well, didn't he?
He did his first trail race. He got his first medal. He was so happy. He was so happy.
3 years old, getting his first trail.
Who's this one here? We've got another runner coming through.
Right, I'm gonna get ready.
You're going to get ready. Yeah, nice. Cheers,
Thank you.
Number 20.
Well done. How are you feeling?
With us.
Okay,
Looking well,
Simon.
Simon Withers, he's dropped it back. I think he's lost a couple of places. He was, sure he won't mind me saying, he was fourth through Cocking. He was with Mark Darbisher, 20 seconds behind him, not that long ago. So it shows how quickly this has changed, because now he's 11 minutes back from Mark. Mark hasn't sped up, but what's happened there is Simon's probably slowed down or stopped for a poo, just some kind of like personal maintenance he has to get through.
Thanks for that.
He might have done it. Simon might not have done.
Have that vision.
Oh, there's another runner coming as well. Who's this?
And everybody's got a different running style as we're standing here watching everyone.
Malaysia.
Hiya, well done, Morgan.
Nice and
Well
easy,
done.
man. Nice and easy. Keep it controlled. Don't go chasing people yet. Good job, bud.
Do you know Morgan?
I coach Morgan.
I thought so.
Sorry, went from commentary to advice mode.
I heard the change, the coach come out.
Morgan's, I think he's 23, 24. He's a very young athlete. He's got some experience over the 100-mile distance. He's done our Thames Path 100. And he's very talented runner. He's been working on some of the shorter distance stuff. And he had a little bit of a niggle coming into this. So we had to adapt his training. But I just want to make sure he doesn't get too overconfident at this stage, because he likes a race. And like he's already kicking on. I could see before, but now the van's in the way. But he's looks quite warm. But again, he had the ice bandana on. He's doing his work with that stuff. His mum's crewing him. His mum Anna's crewing him. So they've been through. They've practiced it all.
Have they?
Yeah. She was nervous yesterday, saying, "What if I miss a checkpoint?" It's like, no, it's okay. They can get through. Like 2 years ago, Tim Bradley, when he won. He was getting crewed by one of our volunteers here, Stuart Secker, and Stuart, because of traffic and logistics, missed one of the checkpoints. It's a hot day, and Tim was like, well, I've just got to use the other checkpoint, get through, look after myself. And yeah, it's fine. It's always the athlete's responsibility at the end of the day. The crew are always trying their best, aren't they? So yes, just hopefully Morgan's seeing his mum soon.
I was going to say, with a 100-mile race, when you come to this point, you can't win a race at this point, but you can lose a race, can't you?
That's a good clue. I like that one. Yeah, no, definitely at this stage Mark is doing some work there that's going to put him out of reach of some of the people there, but there's definitely people who have already kind of shot there. They've taken their shot, and 43 miles in, that is long gone. They've missed. And yeah, it's just a case of just waiting for the right moment. But again, you're not trying to force the win. You're just making sure that you're not losing until the finish. And then, well, that's a bit of a weird way to say it, isn't it? I've gone wrong there. I've disagreed with myself. What do I do now? How do I back
I'm
that?
just listening, and I'm going, well done,
Just
Robbie.
leave me unwind.
Let's change the subject.
Come in. Let's focus on them.
Let's focus on you, Robbie, and your lovely tent you had in the
tent that someone apparently complained about. It's too big.
It was so big. Everybody else had their modest little tents, and then Robbie, Britton, and Gary House had this. You had to text each other to talk between.
He had his own wing.
Yeah, you had your own wing, right? Who have we got here?
Number 17 is Alistair Courtney, one of our early leaders, but he's still moving well.
Well done, Alistair. How are you feeling? Well done.
Good work. He looks better than he did coming down to that last checkpoint we saw him at QECP. He looked quite limited in his movement, but he's still going. He was one of our front three at the front, with him, Peter Newman, and Adrian Coombs. And Peter and Adrian are gone now, right? We haven't seen them for a while. Looks like I heard a rumor that Peter he was shuffling, but also apparently he's fallen over as well. So he's not having the best day. We might see him up here. He might be stopping at a checkpoint. But Alice is still going. That's good. And I think one of the reasons he's probably still going, I've heard that he might be wrong here, but I'll double check it afterwards. I've heard he's in the Grand Slam. So he has to finish the 100 no matter how it goes. Whereas some of the other runners won't have that extra level of motivation. I'm not suggesting that if you're entering a 100-miler, you should enter 3 others to make sure you finish one. But it does mean that when he hits those lows, he's not going to go, well, the race is done. He's like, well, I've got to keep going because I've got a slam to finish.
Yes, he's got a bigger goal again to kind of sustain the energy to keep on towards that big goal of completing the slam. You said they're a bit hot but feeling okay. It is. It's nice for us now. It's slightly cool at the start of the race.
Still in multiple layers, though.
No, I'm not now. I've taken a jumper off, so I'm okay. I'm perfect, Pete. But it is hot for them now. I can feel the heat.
It's the sun's beating down.
Yeah.
They're exposed. That's the thing here. The next section, but beyond here, does have some woodland. But for a lot of this now, it's exposed. You're kind of in the sun. The wind might be tricking them a little bit because they'll be working, but it's on their back. So their faces aren't really getting that wind as much. They're going to be feeling really warm. Their core temperatures might be okay because the wind behind might be cooling. Some of them you could see their little triangular bandanas on. They're filled with ice. And even you've got Dan's got over here, he's got an ice cooler. It's a nice fancy ice cooler that he's going to be, hopefully filling up the ice bandana of Julia. And that just sits on your back and just cools you down. And someone asked earlier, was the humidity. And when it's really humid, I don't think it's too humid today, but when it might have been in the earlier parts of the day, might get humid this afternoon. When it's humid, you lose the ability for your body to have evaporative cooling. So like when we get too hot, our body starts sweating, sweat sits on our skin, it warms up from the heat in us and then gets wicked away, more sweat comes along. You get dehydrated, you lie down. But if it's really humid, that sweat sits on your skin, and because it can't be moved away by evaporation, you start heating up. That water heats up on your skin, but then the heat from your body has nowhere to go. So even though it's not in hotter temperatures like this, it's not the sun heating us up. It's our core temperature rising and us not being able to get rid of the heat that we produce. So it's the energy they're burning. 80% of that is going to be coming out as heat.
And that's where personal admin comes into equation. And this is what I mentioned earlier about that is so important in racing, to not just be fit, strong, mentally charged. You need to know, and I've seen people in races take too much salt tablets, for example, another person not taking enough salt tablets and collapsing because of personal admin.
Yeah, and there's more you can do before races. So like with hypo and hyponatremia, if you have a good idea of what and Precision Hydration, they do one of the race sponsors. They do sweat testing with us. They'll test the sweat sodium concentration that comes out of your skin. And I know that Rob Payne coming along, he actually got his own sweat sodium testing kit. He was taking it to next level and testing himself after other runs. If you know what you need, because you know what you're losing, so you know how much sweat you're losing roughly for these conditions, how much sodium is going to be in each liter, and then matching what you're taking into what you're losing, you're just trying to stay in equilibrium. It's not, and if you have that knowledge, it's much easier to get it right. It's only when it gets really one way or the other that you end up having symptoms, and the symptoms will start with nausea, fatigue, your hands start getting puffy, your feet get puffy, and then you get that washing machine swirling around in your stomach. And weirdly, the symptoms are the same either way. So that's why sometimes people get into problems, because they go, oh, I must need more sodium, or I must need more water. And actually, if you don't know, you have to then think back, I've been drinking lots of water, no sodium. Maybe I need sodium. Or I've just been eating salty crisps. Maybe I need some more fluid. But knowing that beforehand, you can do some work with people. It's going to put you in a better place when you're in a tired state to make decisions that help your race further along.
And this is where experience comes into play. And, what little things I'm always playing with a ring on my finger just to make sure that my fingers aren't too swollen. You were wondering where I was going there.
Yeah, I was like, where's she going with this?
Yeah, I'm digressing again. But no, it's so important just to be able to be aware, always checking yourself when you're running. You know, you drink before you're thirsty, you eat before you're hungry, and just little things like that can make such a difference between finishing and not finishing.
Or finishing and finishing well.
Mhm.
There's a difference there. We're kind of.
So tell us a bit about the route after here. We've got the rolling hills. Does it become lonely then?
I'm going to check on my little notes because I've got little notes here on what it looks like afterwards. I made a little note on this one.
Yeah.
Shouldn't just give it. It's after this. There's a Roman Stain Street for a short while, and then Houghton Forest and Amberley. And this is one of the few areas where the route dips into woodland and lowland. So that's why we're saying like the exposed ridge is going to make them feel pretty hot. But after this, hopefully they might cool down a little bit in the kind of the woodland area, a little bit lower. But then the rest of the day they're back cooking. And it's getting to that point of the day. We're getting to midday. It's only going to get warmer from this point.
And maybe take advantage of, well, we're not very high for streams, maybe, or like somebody just asked, a runner asked of a tap or something. Is there a tap?
Does this look like a location you would have a tap here?
Yeah. You were mentioning Roman. Have you seen the signpost, Londinium? How cool is that? You learn something new every day. That is one thing I do like about ultra running. And when you go out.
I've got a GCSE in Latin.
Have you?
Yeah, you can speak Welsh. I can Ecce Romane.
Right, Shwmai?
No, no idea. Londinium then.
I did not know that, so I've learned something new. But that, like I was saying, that's the one thing about ultra running. You know, you can do races. It's good for your mental health. You make friends, but also you learn a few things along the way. You know,
some random car parks with like strange people. That's always a
and Roman names.
Yeah.
Yeah.
2 more runners coming. They're coming. I can see them round the bend. They're behind that tree now, but maybe Ross will look at them when they come round the bend, and I can see who they are on the camera.
I know it's
James found anyone yet?
I know it's an open-ended question, but how everybody looks okay and everybody seems.
John Jankowski from America.
Hello.
Oh,
How are you feeling?
Daniel Maloney? Yes, good job, guys. I've probably got to stop shouting in this microphone, haven't I? Someone's got their telly on loud, and I shout at people, but I can't help it. So at the last checkpoint at Cocking, John and Dan were about 15 minutes behind, so they've lost another like 5-6 minutes to Mark at the front. But not a huge amount. They were both moving well. They hadn't slowed. That's the thing. They're not slowing down. They've come past people. We've got more runners coming in a minute, but again, it's just about not slowing down for all this stuff.
Do you use music to motivate yourself, especially at this part of the race? You know, you're halfway, nearly halfway, 43 miles, and like you said, those extra 7 miles can make a big difference. But does that help? You know, what do you listen to? Do you rock and roll, or is it audiobooks, classical music?
So I know I only usually use the music in the second half. I'd save it as a reward, but I remember this one because I had paces at 50 and 70. I actually ended up using the music at 30 to 50 because I was having a tough time at 30. So on this section, I would have used music like 12 years ago because I was thinking, well, I don't need to save it as a reward. It can help with your effort. It can help things feel a bit easier. You have to be careful not to get carried away. Sometimes you put on some banging drum and bass, and then you shoot up a hill, and at the top of it, you realise you probably needed some Mozart. It's just that kind of balance. But yeah, I've used music, sometimes podcasts, but you can't really listen to them. So
I'm a bit like that, and I might want to keep going back 30 seconds because I've missed something because my mind wanders. That's why I quite like music, and I'm the same. I use music as a bit of a treat. But I was so disappointed. I was doing the UTS about a month ago, and I was so proud. I charged this new kind of a music little mini player.
Okay.
And I put it on, and I got to mile 40. And I planned 40 miles. I'm gonna put my music on, and I put it on. It was I'm Still Standing, and I thought, yeah, brilliant. This is just I'm still standing. I'm just going, and then it literally said, 2 minutes left, battery low. And I didn't even get to the end of the song. But luckily, I was in a good place. So I was like, that's
Sometimes
fine.
all you need is one little kind of bit of that song to stick, and it can stick with you like when the battery's gone for the rest of the afternoon. Like if you'd have turned it on and it was the Birdie song or something, you'd have been in trouble, wouldn't you?
So what's your motivation when you are struggling? You said you struggled here about 30, well, back in 2013 on mile 30. And what was it, 70, is it? 30, or is it just mile 30 you
Mile
struggled?
30, yeah.
Yeah. What's your motivation to keep you going? Do you have something that you think back to and you think, right, this is why I'm here?
Oh, he's got another runner coming in. He's doing like a little limpy thing. I will come back to that, but let's have a look. 656. He's got this headband, man. He's got the best headband so far.
Well done. How are you feeling? Oh,
Ben,
keep going.
Ben. I thought
really
we are
bad.
getting to the point now. We've got Julia on the hiking up the climb on the live stream. So you have got some footage of our live runner. I can check it. She's not far out now.
Yeah, so
You've got the live feed. Have a look.
Yeah, let's go.
We can tell her crew, Dan. Julia's on the live feed. No, they're not interested.
She's walking
Right,
strong.
yeah.
She's hiking up. She's powering up, and she's got good rhythm, hasn't she?
Yeah. So I don't think that's far from here, to be honest. I'm going to look again. I can see Jez Bragg coming here, UTMB winner Jez Bragg, coming past. I like to use that because makes it sound well fancy. There's a UTMB winner here, and it should do because it's Jez Bragg.
Yeah, it's so good to see him racing. You know, longevity, isn't it? Just still strong, still a legend.
So Julia was 15 minutes behind Jez at the last checkpoint. If this is Jez, I think it is. Yeah, is that Jez? All
How
right,
you
how
doing? Well done. Let's talk about your haircut. When did you have it done?
Oh, sorry, are we bringing hair up? You just told me that normally you brush your hair.
I normally brush my hair. You wouldn't believe it, but I do.
My haircut, I cut it the other day because it gets hot. It's like a woolly hat.
Did you cut it yourself?
Yeah, I cut it myself, and then my wife did the back because
Of course, you could just had a patch of hair going.
It's really tough to find time to go to the hairdressers for the modern man. Like I'm busy. I've got like meetings to go to, briefcases to carry around, and like sometimes you just want to go.
And tents to build.
Tents to build, yeah. Like if you're going to build a tent that's going to take over the world, then that takes time. And like
we had to join in to help deflate.
Yeah, we got kids. We got a child army to get involved. But like someone actually did say, one of the staff said, "Do you want us to go over? We're going to go over and tell the owners of those tents that that's a bit ridiculous and they need to take that down." And James Elson, the race director, had to say, "No, that's Robbie and Gary. They're part of our team.
They've got their own wing."
But we did. So I recruited more people to the tent. So James Hatton, who's doing our live, he's the coverage you're seeing now of Julia. That's James Hatton, he works for Precision Fuel and Hydration. He was racing this morning somewhere else, and he said, "You know what? I want the people to be able to see the runners in the race." So he dropped that and came along to us. We got him in the tent, and Pierre, the pictures you might have seen, we got Pierre who takes some of the pictures. He got into the tent. I was just standing outside it, kind of like, I feel really bad that like one man or two men are going to exit this giant tent. So if we get more people, it's going to look less weird. Come the morning.
I am laughing because it's happened to me as well. You buy a tent, it looks very fancy on the website. You get it, it's about 100 kilos.
Yeah, this one was 40 kilos. But Gary bought it for him and his family.
In all fairness,
just testing it.
Yeah, you're just testing it, and you built it, and it did look good. Fair play. In the middle of the.
You could have had your own room in there. You didn't sleep in the van. There was like several rooms. One of them had like a little antique stairwell and a fireplace. Weird. Don't know how they fit that in the inflatable.
I was quite happy in my van, but yeah, it was yeah, it was fine. I could hear a few nervous people kind of getting up and down, obviously going to the toilets in the middle of the night.
In the tent, in our tent.
No, around.
Move. Don't wake everyone else up. One guy was in a bivvy. He just had a tarp, like a tarp over the top, and we were having a conversation nearby, and he's like, we're trying to sleep because we've got a race tomorrow. And I was thinking, okay, yeah, fair enough. But you are sleeping outside. So
in a bivvy bag.
Yeah. So we walked a bit further away. But it must have felt like to him we were in his tent.
Yeah.
Because his tent had no walls. But I guess they're not pretty thick tent walls either, are they?
No.
So we wandered elsewhere to watch the cycling highlights.
Oh yes, and how is that coming along?
It's good. I don't want to leave spoilers for people. Some of the people watching it might also be fans of watching live cycling. But,
Right, okay.
Tadej Pogačar is on form,
That's good.
as everyone normally expects.
So,
we've got how many? We've got 10 minutes till the end of this show. Julia's probably around during that time. I thought maybe we had Joe Turner's, one of the runners who came through here. We were going to use one of his video interviews. So maybe if we have a quick Joe Turner interview, and then we can jump back when Julia comes through, because she is moving well, and I imagine this kind of terrain, really rolling stuff, is where Julia will excel. So Joe Turner wasn't too long an interview, and then we can slip through. So yeah, hopefully then, as we can see her on the video here, Julia, it's quality.
Yeah. So let's go to hear
like
what Joe had to say now.
Right, we've got another runner here from the South Downs Way 100, Joe Turner. Joe, welcome to Matterley Bowl. And
thank you.
How are you looking forward to tomorrow's 100 miler?
Yeah, I have to pretend you're looking forward to it, I guess. That's what we signed up for. Yeah, no, it should be good. Yeah, I've not run 100 miles on the trail before, so it's going to be exciting, isn't it?
You have run 100 miles before, though, right?
On the track, yeah, which started out as a 24-hour attempt, and I think I worked out after about 7 hours that I was not going to be running for 24 hours. So then a negative split that quite significantly, actually. So that's going to happen tomorrow, hopefully.
I remember watching that. I watched the tracker thinking, like, if he's going out for 24s, that's... And then your pacing was fantastic on that. But less so if it was a 24.
Yeah, I'm going to leave you to the 24-hour running, mate. That's you and Chris and Matt Field.
We'll win you over eventually. But definitely that 100-mile experience. Was it 12:52?
Yeah, something like that, yeah. I think 12:50 if we're going to be specific about when I went through 100 miles, but
when you stopped.
Yeah.
And so you've got some fantastic results on some of the flat courses in the last few years, but also the trails.
Yeah.
How's your training been for this build?
Yeah, training's been pretty good. You may have seen from my Strava that on Tuesday nights I end up with the Cambridge and Coleridge crew.
Yeah, that is a burn-up, isn't it?
And yeah, I'm in there are about sort of 20 to 30 people ahead of me, and I'm running 400s in 66 or Ks in 3 minutes. That group is insane. They have juniors to seniors, British vests all the way through. So it's a pretty impressive group.
I'm always just happy on a Wednesday when I see you've survived. Those sessions.
Yeah, I run there and run back as well. So it's 11K to the track, do the trail, and then 11K back. But anyway, yeah, it's but that kind of with a good trip to Lanzarote to get some hills in, because Cambridge has no hills, as many people will know.
What about the Gog Magog Hills?
Gog Magog's pretty good, actually, yeah.
It's got a good farm shop as well
it does.
Post-race fueling.
My wife's, my father-in-law calls it the drop 70 quid shop, because you go in and no matter what you buy, you end up spending 70 quid. So there's a shout out, he'll probably be watching this tomorrow, so there's a shout out to Bob Williams.
I think the Scotch eggs are good there. I think I had them.
I think he's quite a fan of them, so yeah.
And last year you represented Great Britain with the 100k distance. How was that?
That kind of achievement unlocked kind of thing, right? Where it's all we all work for, and it was amazing to be selected. Nice and hot out in India, so I'm sweating here as well. It's
warm in here.
I think it's going to drop tomorrow though, right? So the course record can be attacked hopefully, but running in the heat in India, it was great. Yeah, great fun, and amazing to be part of just a great team. Really, I learned a lot actually out there from the likes of Julia Davis, who's running in the women's field. Deb Martin Kosani, Adrian Scott, all these kind of heroes of our sport almost, and British for the Brits. So yeah.
And, it's been a dream of yours for a few years. I know you worked for quite a few years to get that GB vest, and it was really, really nice to see you on that list. Even if I was the reserve, and I was still pleased to see you get the vest. I wouldn't want to be on there if you weren't on there, because you really did deserve that.
No, cheers. And you get Yogo this year, so that's fine. It's all worked out in the end. You get your Yogo this year.
Oh, I get the 24s, thanks. Yeah. I got to run for 3 times as long, apparently. And is there any section of the course tomorrow you're looking forward to in particular?
I'm going to say the last 50k, as long as I pace it well, because I ran it. Was it 3 weeks ago or so? So it's part of another race where I did the last 50k. Felt super strong. Didn't really get out of third gear. So my aim tomorrow is to make it a 50k race, essentially, by not going out too hard and trusting myself to come through the field based on your predictions in the podcast. So
no, I think there's so much running in the second half. If you've got a run of your ability on the kind of more runnable stuff, like if you've got the legs, there's a lot of fun to be had out there.
Yeah, hopefully. So yeah, I mean, it's still about getting the first half right, isn't it? So I'm not going to go with Jeff Cheshire. I'm not going to go with Rob Payne, and yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Rob Payne told me he's not going to go with Joe Turner, so like one of you's got to go. I don't want to see both of you standing on the start line just waiting.
Yeah, well, yeah, hopefully I'm going to be sensible, hold myself back, and make it hopefully a good race in the second half for everyone that's watching at home. So yeah, do stay tuned.
Yeah, last year we had a nice group round the bowl with Jeff just ahead, but like I'm hoping we get a big group just together, and I'd love to see a tactical race. I feel like we've got enough runners here of high enough quality that you can be smart and see some fun racing.
Yeah, I think you might just see a load of us sort of tracking off Mark for a while and using his experience against him, maybe. But,
there you go. And your nutrition, you happy with nutrition, hydration set for tomorrow?
Yeah, it's all set up. I've been practicing a lot with the, you know them better than I did, precision hydration. So, the flow gels, I've been absolutely smashing those. So it'll be, hopefully got our crew changeovers ready for the bottles. Look at my wife over there. So hopefully we're ready for that. Got all the ice ready for pre-cooling because it's going to be a hot one. And as you can see now, I'm a heavy sweater. So yeah, it'll be good to hopefully get all that right. Learning from the Americans, right? Seth Ruling out in Black Canyon was talking about he started cooling earlier and he won the race. So stuff like that, hopefully can go for it.
I for my race last weekend, I was wearing an ice vest before the start because it was humid and I know I get hot. And I was that guy who turns up in an ice vest and finishes 21st. So don't be that guy.
I'll try not to be. But even if I am, you could probably still run an amazing time and come 21st tomorrow, to be honest. So it might actually. Yeah.
Have you got one of the ice bandanas for Durin?
I've not got a Centurion one. Actually, from Black Canyon, they gave out they gave some out as the part of the Hoka runs. I can't say Hoka. Go buy a Saw running one, but they were giving them out there as part of like just the race expo. It's pretty cool.
You've got one or two though. If you need an extra one, we've got them in the shop.
I've got the one, and I think we're briefed and ready, the crew. So we'll see. Yeah.
Brilliant. Well, thanks very much, Joe,
cheers,
for chatting to us beforehand, and see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. Great stuff. Cheers.
Okay.
All right. Allez.
Robbie has just been talking in French there to Adrian, who's just passed. He wasn't feeling too great. We saw Gavin Byrne. Yeah, he was looking very smooth. But some of the others we've seen pass by during that conversation with Joe have looked as if they've been struggling.
Yeah, I mean, Jez Bragg came past looking good.
Yeah.
He's a very experienced runner, former UTMB winner. Gav Byrne looked good. Rob Payne's having a tough spot. He's going to move on. We know Rob can get through tough spots. He did race the ACP 100k not too long ago, 6 weeks ago.
Yeah.
And then we had Adrian Kumar, early leader, who was looking splendid around the Matterley Bowl. But in this stage here, he said he hasn't been training since February, hasn't really run, which would explain maybe why he had some issues after such a fast start. I don't know why you'd set off that quick. Maybe he was hoping the race would be over quicker without any training. Interesting.
Well, the psychology we see is just so interesting, and that's something I certainly find interesting when I look back and work commentating on races. We're actually waiting for your athlete Julie Davis, who's leading the women's race.
Men's runner coming through here,
and she.
Not bad. Feeling good. It looks smooth.
Yeah. Very smooth.
Very relaxed. Half socks.
Yeah. Julia is looking, well, she's running now. She's been power hiking up the hill as many of the other athletes have been doing. We hear she's been struggling a bit with stomach issues, but so are many athletes.
It's tough. And the thing is Julia and Lucy have been like toe and toe quite a lot through this race. I think both are starting to feel the effects of that. So it'll be interesting to see when Julia comes through this checkpoint. She's crew point. She's got a crew here. It feels tough at 30 miles when you've been racing hard to know there's 43 now to know you're not even halfway yet. But it's a crew's job at this point to get a runner in, get them what they need.
Hello, how are you? You all right? Are you enjoying? That's what it's all about. Yeah. We're filming a race called the South Downs Way, 100
All these
miles.
runners coming past are running 100 miles.
It is insane. It is. And it's amazing when you do catch up with people walking by and they, what are you doing? And you're like, I'm in a 100-mile race. And you're like,
they cannot see Ross.
filming? Do you think that he's invisible? Because I see him, but is he in my imagination? Sometimes I do wonder.
Let's go into hallucinations then. That's
Nah.
something that will certainly come into play later on this evening.
Hallucinations mainly come in with sleep deprivation.
Yeah.
So unless you slept in a really rubbish tent last night, ours was palatial, as we've already covered. You're not going to, in the first night of a race like this, our lead runners won't be hitting the hallucination
No,
side of
but
things.
some of the others will.
The runners that then go into through the night, our final cut-off is 30 hours. They come through to the early hours of the morning. It's tricks of the mind that start coming in. So you start looking into the distance and seeing things that aren't quite there. That maybe like you see a bus stop and you think, oh, is that a big top circus? It's a trick. It's kind of like not quite full hallucinations. Although they normally take at least a couple nights of sleep, kind of deprivation to come through. And I have had some weird ones where on the bike, well, like on the bike racing, I've never had them ultra running.
Have you not?
No, but like on the bike races where you spend like 3 or 4 nights where you're not doing much sleeping.
I can see the feed here, so I'm keeping an eye. Julia is running strong. I'm hoping that maybe that episode,
it's around there.
That
going to come through.
Dodgy stomach episode is passing
I'm
by.
just happy that our cameraman's going to finish at the van. That's like Ross is thinking, "God, I've got time to go for a little coffee now after this one."
But let's go back to the hallucinations. What did you have on the bike?
Well, I was on the last night on a 5-day race where I'd slept for about 4.5 hours in 4 or 5 nights, and I remember going into this town and all the rocks on the side of the road, they'd carved faces into them. And I was like, wow, this town is amazing. Why do I not know about this town? And then I remember seeing again, and like they were just normal rocks. But things like that, like I got, one of the things I got was short-time memory was impacted by the sleep deprivation. So I was getting deja vu, but only when I went round the bend, and I'd never been to the place before. So I was kind of coming around this bend going, oh, I've been here before. But apparently it's to do with misfiring of the signals to your brain, and what you're seeing goes straight into your long-term memory. So you look around the bend and you easily it's stored in your long-term memory, not your short-term memory. So you kind of go, oh, I've been here before, I remember this. And it was an area I'd never been to. So like, sleep deprivation can really play messes on your brain, and that's why racing on the trails is a bit nicer, because if you do get sleep deprived, it is a bit dangerous on the bike on the road and stuff like this. If our runners are getting sleep deprived, some of the checkpoints, it might be worth short sleep to kind of move them through.
And I've done 1-minute naps and it's got me through. 5 minutes is a bit of a lie-in. But it's about, I coach a few athletes and well done.
Oh, but
and I tell them, don't be afraid of having that 1 minute, 5-minute nap, because sometimes you'll gain more time by having that little nap rather than trying to walk like a dressage horse in a competition.
When we get sleep deprived, it's because there's something called adenosine triphosphate. We break down, and the adenosine builds up in our brain, and it, like caffeine, can block the receptors. But essentially, when it builds up to the top, the only thing that's going to dissipate that is sleeping. But it might be that sleeping for 2 minutes dissipates it enough that you can get to the next checkpoint, get to the next thing, and
get a longer sleep.
It builds up quicker when metabolic demand outweighs supply. So if you're working too hard or not getting the fueling in, especially, that's when you can get extra sleepy extra quickly. So if you're having a 2-minute nap, slow down a little bit, make sure you're keeping your snacking on, and then you'd be surprised, you could get another 2 hours in if you're pacing it well and eating well. Or if you're not eating well or working too hard, 10 minutes down the road, you're going to be sleepy again.
I have had hallucination on a one night. Well, I was basically
racing or just in like
no, I've had it racing and in training because when I had my child, I couldn't fit in long runs because I had to look after him during the day. So all my training was overnight. So I would put him to bed, and then I'd have my husband to look after him, and then I'd go up to the Brecon Beacons and Pen y Fan and run maybe a 50-mile run back over the mountains overnight, and then I'd take him to nursery then in the morning. And I remember one night I was running over and I said to my friend, I've just seen a unicorn. And I saw a unicorn, and I knew it was a hallucination. And then I just slept on a tussock basically, and I had a lovely 5-minute sleep. It was wonderful. But we have got Julia coming in. I'll carry on with the hallucination.
She might be there. Let's have a look.
We'll carry on with the hallucination.
I think we'll cover this and cover her crewing at the moment, but maybe we'll see how she's going.
And this is where it's nearly like an orchestra all coming together, synchronized. kind of checkpointing.
Yeah,
where,
and Dan's crewed a fair few races now. Jodie here, a pacer for later and crew.
so we know it. They know
Look,
exactly what they're
getting
doing.
her bandana
Yeah.
off, ready.
Yeah.
Oh, this is an experienced pro. She's using the last bits of bandana to dry off.
How are you
Hey,
feeling, Julia?
She's yeah. Let's have a look here. Come get to us a bit of shade if you can. It's going to help. Just even a little bit of shade, and now we can clean your legs. We'll come over here. I'm just going to make sure that James, you're staying with us afterwards now. I think because we move on to the next one. Good job. Oh. Oh.
I have like carbs and electrolyte in my bottles. Yeah, that's these ones.
Is that nice and wet?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. This for me, when I did it, was the toughest section. Once you get past this, you drop down into some woodland after this one. It's a little bit cooler. It's nice and relaxed. You're doing fantastic. All you've got to do at this point is remember, you're just running to meet Jodie. How far until you get to run with Jodie?
I can run at the next checkpoint if you want.
So not far at all. So let's just think about that. You're going to go and meet your friend for a run. You've got to make sure you keep eating the snacks to get there. And you've got some funky shades and a bucket hat on. Life's good.
You want ginger, and this is anti-sickness. If you don't want it now, do you want to just put it in your bag in case you want it? Anti-sickness. Yeah, they're anti-sickness. The trouble with the ginger, they have got caffeine in if you want that.
You want?
No, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you want to take it with you? I'll bring it to the next one. Oh.
There you go. Nice little bit of a hike up there. And you're off again. A bit of woodland to come.
Yeah.
You're doing fantastic.
Be good to get your heart down. You don't like it? Is it too tight?
Oh no, I just.
Do you want any cream?
Yeah, that's right.
There you go. See you in the next one. Well done, Julia. Oh, we interviewed Woody earlier as well with the mic. He loved it.
Well done, Julia.
She's off. Go, Julia. Go on. Off you go.
Yeah, well done. Okay. Well done, Julia.
Stay here now. Yeah.
Right, we've got Lucy coming in a few minutes after Julia. She'll be going straight through. We haven't. She doesn't have a support crew. Oh yes, does she have a support crew here?
Maybe. No, race is on.
But she's got her poles.
So
she's obviously been using her poles.
The poles will be, yes. If you are hiking some of the climbs, it's going to be making it a bit tougher.
Yeah.
Lucy's coming through here.
Well done, Lucy. How are you feeling?
She can't hear you.
Feeling
Right.
okay?
I mean, where's the mountain?
She's off, flying along. The women's race. Oh,
The
he's
women's, yeah, it's
okay.
The women's race is hotting up.
It's on, isn't
literally.
it? It's on.
Definitely on. Julia was struggling a bit there, but that doesn't mean anything in 100 mile because everybody goes through dips at different stages in the race.
At the two there, Julia definitely looked like she was finding it a bit tougher.
Yeah.
But she's had the crew, she's had the additional food coming in, she had a bit more ice. It can happen. One of the things is Lucy's very experienced. So that's the thing, even with the Ironman stuff, you know how to race. So you'd hope now that they might go back and forth a bit more now. So it's just kind of, it would be interesting to see who copes the most. But we're 43 miles in.
Yeah.
We might have seen these two ladies come past, and our winner might be coming from behind still.
Yeah,
so
we
it's
never know.
exciting to see.
And we can actually see both of them. A few, about 200
Julia's
meters?
trotting up the hill.
300. Julia's running up the hill, and so is Lucy. But
And
like you said, anything can happen in ultra running, especially on a 100-mile.
And we're going to be heading on to our next checkpoint. Do you know where that one is?
Yes, I do know, and we'll we are going hopefully to. Bear with me while you keep on going, Robbie.
Is it Saddlescombe Farm we're going to next?
Is it Washington?
We're not going there.
No, we're not going there.
But we're going to be back at 2 o'clock. And we will see you shortly there. But thank you for following on for the Gran Canaria World Trail Majors, South Downs Way 100. The race is starting. It doesn't quite properly start, though, until maybe after 70 miles. But it's definitely, we've seen some big changes already.
And remember to follow us on Instagram as well, on the live Instagram. We've got stories going up. We've got posts going up via...
Reels.
Yep. See you at the next location.
Right, we've got another runner here from the South Downs Way 100, Joe Turner.
Welcome to Centurion Ultra Running Store. I'm here at our shop just outside of Wheathampstead near St Albans. We've got our in-person store here and you can come and visit us once a month. We open for coffee, for chats, for guided runs. We often have a guided run during the day and for all your trail, ultra and mountain running needs. Come in. Welcome back.
Coffee?
It's the first time I do this race, so it's the first time also abroad.
Washington, right? Alright, yeah, I'll take that.
I'm super nervous.
Again, if you're running the race, if you can make your way to the start.
Bit of excitement. Came all the way from Belgium to do it, so I think done 100k, but 100 miler is something else.
Race briefing in a few minutes.
The route is really, really special. It's all really nice.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
They start here in Winchester. They run 100 miles east to Eastbourne on a trail that's existed for 8,000 years.
Enjoying the countryside. It's lovely, huh?
Cup?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's there.
No, I'm going to just have a bit of a snack.
Any food, mate?
No, I'm good, thank you very much. Thanks,
Well
everyone.
done.
Thanks, guys.
Well done. Well done.
We go again.
It's really special because it's such an ancient trail. People have walked along this trail for thousands of years. You can almost feel the energy of all of those years of people walking along it as you go along it, and it's the best race that we have in the UK.
It is different. It's a different vibe, I think, to racing in Europe.
I wanted to be clever, I never wanted to push myself, and I just stayed nice and easy the whole race, and it worked, yeah.
Just over 19 hours, and we're expecting her on the follow cam with Ross pretty soon.
And it's just so much longer. Get to like mile 40 thinking, I want to stop.
The atmosphere from local villages, towns as you run through is always really uplifting, whereas in the UK, the atmosphere is built from the community around the race itself, so when the runners come through the checkpoints, they get that.
and it's hot, ladies and gentlemen. It's really hot, and I'm sure the runners in my jumper, oof,
Toasty.
very toasty, but I can't complain compared to the runners out there today.
Yeah, we're not working as hard as the people out there. We're at 66.6 miles here, near Devil's Dyke, and we are waiting for a new men's race leader, Mark Darbisher, who we hear is trucking along and absolutely steaming towards Saddlescombe Farm. And we thought we'd take a chance to show you some of the fantastic checkpoints and the volunteers we have here.
Oh, look,
go. High-vis, can't
we've
miss
got
them.
somebody in a high-vis. Hello, who have you got here?
My name's Michelle.
Thank you ever so much for doing what you do. Without the volunteers, we wouldn't be racing. So what's your connection with Centurion running then?
Well, we've done this checkpoint since year one.
14 years. This
yes.
Wow.
Yes, yeah, we have indeed. Most of us here have been here year on year. We've got a couple of newcomers that are joining us this year. We've got Randall and Brian, but the rest of the team have done this regularly. So yeah, it's fantastic. We love it. We like helping the community. We like helping the runners. We enjoy it ourselves. And yeah, we're here till 2:30 in the morning.
You know, you've said some of the reasons why you do it. Well, it's a tough job doing some volunteering at checkpoints. It's not just a physical job. It's quite an emotional job as well.
It's very emotional, yeah, but it's not. It's, you know, we're here for the runners. We're here to support the runners, and our goal is to get the runners to come in if they need anything from us here, any food, drink. During the course of the evening, as it goes into the night, we have hot food, we have soup, and we do teas and coffees. And the idea is to make sure the runners are in good shape so we can move them on. The idea is that we don't want them to stay here unless obviously then and if they want to drop, and that's fair enough, that's fine. But our whole aim is to make sure they're all okay, they're all feeling well and good, and we push them off out.
You must have some tips and tricks for getting them out the door. What's your kind of standard move to move them on?
Love, really. It's kind of like, you know, we give them what they need, but then we say, right, you know, we're lovely to see you, but now you've got to go. We want you to go and get up that hill and move on to the next checkpoint. So it's a bit of tough love.
Have you got any stories to share with us?
We've got probably quite a lot of stories that we could share over the years of different things that have happened. And I think year on year you learn as well, you know, all the time. We don't just do the same thing. We always try and mix it up and do something different. We will be putting our bunting up soon as well. And we've got fairy lights that go up over there so that in the night time, the runners can kind of see where they're going. But I think, yeah, was one year we had a runner that, because there's toilets here. There was one year that there were the toilets that get delivered, you know, the port, and there was one runner that fell asleep in the portaloo, and we kind of forgot about and realised, and then probably a few hours later he appeared out of nowhere, and we were kind of like, oh my god, forgot all about him. But yeah, I think overall we have had a good success rate of getting the runners in and moving them on.
I'm sure that falling asleep in a toilet is a story we've heard a few times, isn't it? Especially when you get to that. It is a safe place because you can just put your head aside and just easily. But you're not just a checkpoint, you're a support point as well, literally.
We are a support point. That's very true. We're here to support the runners. Yeah, that's the main aim. And yeah, as I say, really, it's just to help that runner, that individual, to achieve their goal, to try and get them through to Eastbourne. We're at 66.6 miles here at Saddlescombe Farm. So, you know, from here on, we just want to keep pushing them on.
And what do you personally get out of it?
I just like to see the runners, you know, coming in, having a bit of food, a bit of banter and a bit of chat, which is great. Some of the runners come year on year, so they know us as well, and they love coming here. So we have a good old chat with them. So it's getting to know the people as well, and each individual runner, some of them what they need, and you know, that kind of thing. But yeah, it is all about getting them here, seeing them arrive, and then seeing them moving on. That gives us the great satisfaction.
Yeah, because it's you don't see the start line, you don't see the finish line because you're here. So it's a different kind of rush, isn't it?
It's very different. Yeah, we don't see the start. A couple of our team here have done the 100.
I was going to ask, have you done it?
I haven't personally, no.
Do you fancy?
No. no, I'm quite happy to be the person here to give the support. But some of my team have done the 100, so they've had that experience. And again, it's great to see when they were doing it. It's great to see them coming here and then see them moving on and getting to Eastbourne and going through and getting their medal at the end. So yeah.
Do you think being here, they kind of see what maybe they see what's possible for them, like crewing, and they go, actually, well, I could do this.
That's what happened to our team leader, to Lisa, years ago. That's what she thought. She thought exactly that. Like, I could see what these runners are doing, what they're achieving, and then that became a goal for her to do as well. So yeah,
it's quite addictive, I'm sure. You know, the wanting to come back and help.
Yeah. So yeah, we love it. I mean, we just love it every year.
Well, thank you ever so much for doing what you do. And without yourself and everybody here, we wouldn't be able to race.
And I think the key thing to take away, just to finish, is it's about teamwork. It's all about teamwork, and we're a great team. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
One more thing. I know each checkpoint's a bit of like a specialist foods they bring in themselves. What kind of items are you offering here that you don't see elsewhere?
Well, you don't see arancini.
Some arancini.
Very, very posh.
So we're quite lucky because Lisa, who's our team leader, is a chef.
Oh, wow.
So Lisa does beautiful food, but between us all, we all contribute. So we all so we've got Anne's done like little potatoes. We do boiled eggs. We do especially the sandwiches, really sort of special sandwiches in terms of how they're made. Here, made with love.
Yeah, that's
put in boxes, and they've all got signs on them.
Is that some jelly I can see there as well?
Got jelly, yeah. I did the jelly this year. It's normally done by our other colleague Bridget, who's not here this year. And we do a pineapple and cheese hedgehog.
Oh, retro, a classic. And I tell you what, by now, 66 miles into the race, your stomach will be churning. I know I struggle with choosing what to eat at this point, because sometimes you're fed up of gels, you're fed up of you just want fresh food. So I bet these go down very well.
Goes down well. So does the rice pudding.
Yeah, rice pudding's good.
Melon is really good. But yeah, each person has got what they fancy. It's really interesting to see them coming in and they're like, I can't eat anything. And then they see what's on offer and they're like, oh my God, I can't believe that. And, you know, that's the part of it, I think, where we get the great satisfaction to know that we've been able to help a runner that maybe couldn't hold something down, but they see that and they think, oh yeah, I'll try a bit of jelly.
They come with a big plan, and they've got all the fancy new gels, but actually you can't beat a bit of jelly for getting the carbs in, bit of fluid in there, and actually a bit of quick energy, and they're off, and they can get on.
And a smile.
Yeah, you can wobble it a bit as well, can't you?
A pat on the back saying you can do it, but because I'm sure, thank you very, very much, and have a good evening. Yeah. So cut-offs here is 1:30 a.m. for wave 1 and 2:30 a.m. for wave 2, and of course we will be covering this race up to 30 hours.
I'm going to bed though, so I'm not. I'm going to have a sleep. You're not having. You're going to
just go through the night. I'll just be hallucinating, and I'll just be talking.
So there'll be some single. Larry, be doing some single coverage.
I'll be singing in Welsh. I'll be doing some Welsh folk songs, and join me for that when while you'll be sleeping. No, seriously, we'll have to kind of work out how we're going to do that scheduling, really, won't we? But yeah,
we'll have some coverage coming. So we've got people taking highlights over the night, and in the morning schedule we'll be covering some of the nighttime adventures.
And remember we've got an amazing crew out there in force on social media. We've got obviously the Instagram page, and Gary House is doing his job out on the stages, so keep in touch with us. Even if you're not on air at that present time, just go and have a look at our social pages and join us then. Right, so do you remember this checkpoint when you ran the race in 2013, Robbie?
No.
When you won the race in 2013.
I do remember this one. I came through, but obviously I had a crew at the time, so I would have used the checkpoints sparingly, but I always made sure to come in and say hello, but not memorably so, it seems. But I know, I remember this one. I remember Housestein, which is one. Housestein's at 76.6. It's the one after this. I always remember that because Petzl was sponsoring that year, and I was aiming to finish before it got dark. But obviously, I had to carry my head torches for mandatory kit, so I put my head torch on
as I run into the checkpoint in the early afternoon. So I remember that one at Housestein, and that's like the people at Lion and Petzl were there crewing that one. But this one I did nip through because the way the runners come through, you can come in, you can say hello, and you can pop up that way. Although I try and remember. I'll ask later. I think there's a lady called Alma Boats who does some of the checkpoints. I might have seen her at this one, or maybe at Southeast. Alma can normally be there. So you do remember some of the community, and we would have crossed paths, but I was legging it up that next hill.
Do you remember who you had to support you then?
Yeah, my ex-girlfriend and my dad.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah,
Right.
that they didn't get on that day either. It kicked off. I dropped from 50 to 70. I ran with my ex joined me for the running section, and
Right.
I dropped her. So she got to the checkpoint to meet my dad. Very unhappy about it. She might be watching. She loves the sport. And I think they had an argument, but I only found out afterwards. But they were fantastic. They support me the whole way along.
That's the thing, the psychology between, I keep saying the word psychology, but I think it's such a strong and important word in 100-mile races. It's also getting the support crew right as well. Because I've often kind of been a bit sharp with people, and I'm not that type of person, but when you're tired, you're frustrated, your legs aren't moving as fast as you'd like, and your stomach is churning, and then somebody comes along and they're fresh and, hi, how are you? And you're like, oh, and you don't want to be sharp, but sometimes it comes out sharp. But you want that person to know, well, actually, it's not personal, it's just this person is tired and frustrated and just needs to kind of.
My mum crewed me once at UTMB. I think it was 2012 or 2011. And she missed me. She slept through one of the checkpoints, and she got to the next one. She'd opened a pack of sweets for me. And I got there and I was a little short because I was obviously missed the last one. I was hungry, sleep deprived. I thought she'd been eating my sweets. So I told her off. I was like, they're my jelly meerkats, Sharon. What are you doing? But actually, afterwards, I apologised. Normally apologise beforehand.
But because she knew you, she would have thought, do you know what? Robbie's
I
just
still had a laugh about it. I was
Did
like,
you?
you're doing it in my sweets.
So, the elite, you mentioned about wearing the head torch. The elites won't really have to face hallucinations or
No,
or late
but they
night.
will have to carry their head torches
Yeah, of
because
course they
with
do.
the mandatory kit side of things, they pick it up at Washington. I think
Yeah.
you have to leave Washington with the head torches,
Right.
and you have a first and a backup head torch because
Well, you never know what's going to happen.
Yeah, with just a head torch and a spare battery, your first head torch can fail. And yeah, you never know. You could go up there, you could slow down. And if you're between checkpoints or you spend an hour, like you really blow up. We've seen people blown up already. Suddenly you find yourself out at night. The weather changes, it gets darker early. You need that kit. That's why it's a mandatory kit. And the people that you might carry lightweight kit, and I've definitely done that. I carry the lightest kit that's sensible for the situation. So if the weather changed, what my mandatory kit is change as well. Because if I actually going to have to use it, then the equipment gets slightly better. But like I might have tiny head torches like that big. The Petzl E-Light is a favourite because it runs off watch batteries. They're very lightweight. If you have to use them, you can walk off the trail with it. Sometimes they've got one called the Bindi, which is a little bit brighter. It doesn't have spare batteries. It's rechargeable.
Yeah, I know the Bindi, yeah.
But I take that because if I have to run down a trail with some rocks and stuff, I know the Bindi's good enough to get me down the trail like that. So it kind of depends on, if I know I'm going to be out at night, I've got a proper head torch. But sometimes my two mandatory ones, proper,
I know
more,
what you
more
mean.
powerful.
Yeah.
I'll have the two spare ones in my back. So I've always got my two spares and the spare batteries. And on my head, I'll have a Petzl Now, something like that. That's just going to light up the trail and not slow me down at all as I'm going through any darker sections, especially if it's woody or a race like Autumn 100 or Winter Downs 100. You do really get a bit more, a little bit less daylight.
As we said, the elites might not be I'm trying to get the words out. I've had too much coffee. The elites might not depend too much on lights, but maybe
They need the fairy lights though, don't
yeah, well, that makes a difference mentally. But the mid pack and definitely the ones who are just there to finish within that 30-hour cutoff will go through the night, and that's where kit will become paramount.
Yeah, the thing is as well is when you start slowing down, it's not just that the area around you gets cooler, but you start generating less heat. You've got wet clothes on. That's why we insist on having a spare base lad that you're not wearing as part of your mandatory kit. Because you get to the top of a hill, you roll your ankle, you're exposed on top of the downs, you've got a wet top on, you need something warm to change into that if you do have an emergency, you have to walk away. That's why the kit's there. So it's not just here's a random list of things that we think we want to make you carry just because we're mean. It's actually thought out. James Elson has done a lot of stuff, a lot of races over the years, good understanding of these environments and also like the mountains across the UK and across the world he's been through. And he's got a good understanding of like what's necessary, and we're not planning for a perfect day with the kit you carry. You're not planning for all eventualities either. You're not going to pack the kitchen sink, but there's a chance. There's enough kit to help you survive the unforeseen circumstances that might come across when you're kind of at your limit physically, in terms of sleep deprivation, energy availability. So just making sure that people are safe and that we're happy they're going to make it to the next checkpoint.
Well, I know you'd agree with me here, but everybody's got their own reason, their own story for taking part in the South Downs Way 100 race. Some to just complete the challenge, some for a PB, to break a course record, some to raise money for charity or even to in memory of a friend or a family member. But you've got somebody like Mark Darbisher who had a chat with you yesterday.
Yeah.
What do you think his goal is? Because we are close to a course record. I'm not too sure if we're still chasing. We haven't got signal here, so we need to check. But they were earlier.
Mark's goal's to win.
Yeah.
Mark's a competitor. He comes to these races. He's obviously set a lot of course records across the UK. He's come here for the competition. He's raced at Gran Canaria, which is already a part of the Gran Canaria World Tram Majors. He was 11th there, I believe. He had a tough start, strong second half. This time he's had a strong first half. He's expecting to double that up with a strong second half, but maybe it's the other way around.
Well,
he's also going out to the Grand Raid Pyrenees in August. So he's trying to feature in the global series over the course of the year. You do 2 races to score. And each of those races, we start at 1,500 points for the men's women and the women's winner, and then you drop down in points all the way down to, I believe, 15th or 15th place, and then it goes off your ITRA score for that race. But we start at 1,500. So Mark's got a good score at 11th, but not brilliant to feature kind of right at the top of our tables. But if he takes the win here, which is what his goal would be from the start, and he has got the likes of Joe Turner, Hugh Tibbs, and a few other people chasing him pretty heavily now. But if he takes the win here, he's then in his more favourable terrain when he gets out to Gran Raid Pyrenees, and he's going to try and put himself right at the top of that leaderboard. And so generally, to win the World Tram Majors over the year, you've got to win 2 of the races, and you've got to win them well. Because if 2 people get the same score, so if say 2 people got 3,000 points, it then drops onto their ITRA score. So last year the women's winner was Courtney DeWalter. She won 2 races, and then it was the second place also won two races, I believe. But Courtney's scores were so much higher. That's our tiebreaker we use, because each performance can have a different score to it.
Okay, well, let's see what Mark Darbisher had to tell Robbie yesterday. Here's his conversation with you.
Hello, and we've got Mark Darbisher, who's running the 100-miler tomorrow. How are you feeling, Mark?
Excited, yeah. Just want to get going now. It's been a bit of a long taper for me because I've had a few niggles, so just want to get started. Yeah, exciting times.
Are you more excited for the race or this pre-race interview, do you think?
Definitely this pre-race interview. I've been looking forward to it for days.
And how's the training been going?
Training's been good. Not really done much different to how I normally train. I've just been going to work and back, getting a few long runs in at the weekend. Been going to the Malvern Hills a bit, get some big hills in. So.
Yeah, are they pretty similar to the South Downs Way hills?
They're probably a bit steeper, so you can get an out and back. It's about 20 miles out and back with about 2,000 metres of climb. So,
2,000 metres?
It's pretty punchy.
Yeah.
Been doing a bit there.
Sounds like my neck of the woods.
That's nice, mate. You'd like it, maybe come down and...
come and visit. If I come to the Malverns, you've got to come to Italy.
Definitely, mate. Yeah.
I just want to talk about Lake Biwa in Japan. You're going to go out there next
mate, it looks amazing out there, doesn't it? Yeah.
Why did you choose the South Downs Way?
It's not sure really. It's a big UK 100 in it. I've been to all the other big UK 100s. This one's probably scared me a little bit because of the amount of running involved in it.
Yeah.
There's no walking up big mountains and tiptoeing down the sort of technical bits. It's just you've got to try and run it all, haven't you? So.
There is some of the chalk can be
Yeah, technical chore. Yeah. It's not like Snowdonia or the Lake Show.
No, it is different. It is more of it's a runner's course for sure.
So there's no hiding place. Your eyes have got to be good at running. So hopefully it'll go.
Have you changed much in training to take that into account?
I haven't been to Snowdonia or the Lakes, so I've been going to Malvern instead, or doing a bit extra on the treadmill, a few extra treadmill sessions. It's been all right, I think. Yeah.
And it's part of the World Trail Majors. You've been out to Gran Canaria for one there?
Yeah, so I went out there. It didn't quite go to plan, but I've kind of enjoyed the route, enjoyed the experience. Had a pretty rough first half of the race. Got a bit sick, took too much caffeine, and then came through strong in the second half. So hopefully this race will just be like the second half. Hopefully.
Yeah. Gran Canaria, I remember the second half of that race, if you're having a tough time, it gets quite warm, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So you might, if you've excelled in that second half there, then you must be quite pleased it's going to be warm tomorrow.
It's going to be warm. It looks like it's going to be a tailwind as well, which hopefully will suit me.
It suits everyone, the tailwind.
It suits everyone.
The only person who don't suit is Mark Perkins.
That is true. That is true. Yeah, we'll see. Hopefully it goes well, mate. Looking forward to it.
Have a belter tomorrow. Thanks for talking to us.
No worries, mate.
Are you going to hit the pizza van or anything beforehand?
I think we're going to a pub for some food. So.
What are you getting?
Look at the menu. It's carb load, mate.
Carb load.
Pasta, pizza, maybe both.
That's a good choice, right? Well,
alcohol-free beer.
Alcohol-free beer, pasta and pizza. That sounds like apart from the alcohol-free beer, that's my normal dinner. Natalie, if she ever says, my wife, what do you want for dinner? Just say pizza. Why ask?
Can't go wrong with pizza, can you?
That's brilliant. Right, man.
Mate.
Speak
Cheers,
to you in a bit. Cheers.
Cheers, mate. See you on the
tomorrow.
roof.
Give me that mic back.
And there you go, Mark Darbisher, who is leading the 100-mile race at the moment. We saw him earlier and he looked quite fresh and he sounded quite excited when he was talking to you yesterday.
Chatting away.
Yeah, but by now maybe even Mark Darbisher's legs might feel a bit battered, the stomach might be uncertain, and the distance is very real, 66.6 miles on the clock. And the distance is real, isn't it? They now know they've broken half of the race, but there's still a lot more.
Over half the distance, but is it over half?
Exactly.
This is the final third. The mathematicians out there, 33.4 is the second half of a 100-mile race.
Well, but it does make a difference. I remember somebody telling me, like in a race, in a 100-mile race, 50 miles or something like 75 miles through, and they said, oh yeah, only quarter of a mile race, a quarter
if you
of
start
a part of the
here,
race.
You're going to be out for much more than half.
But basically, yeah, exactly. You can absolutely, the last quarter of a race can feel like the first 3 quarters if you're not in a good place.
We've got an update from the trail.
Yeah, brilliant.
Mark is lead at the Washington, which is at 50 miles, 55.
Yeah.
Darbisher was leading at 9 minutes on Joe Turner, who was an extra 1.5 minutes ahead of Chris Kelly. Joe's crew had missed him, but he's moving best out of those front 3. And then another 90-second back was last year's second place, Hugh Tibbs. And Tibbs actually looked the best of the 4, according to Drew Sheffield, our man on the ground. And at 60, Turner maybe out the back door, it seems. Joe then since has maybe had a bit of a struggle by 63 miles. So he's not long from us now. That was about 25 minutes ago. And Drew reckons that we're going to see Hugh Tibbs before we see Chris Kelly, and 11 or 12 minutes after Mark. That's Drew's man about town report back in.
Do you think missing the support crew will make a difference, or will he take advantage of the actual checkpoints?
It can be quite difficult. It depends. Like at this stage of a race, you're relying. You're on fumes, so you might be really relying on the energy and the hydration that's coming in, because you've depleted the glycogen stores you might put in with your carb load. You're going through and you're running at a level that's just about what you've taken in. And the problem is that on the flat, you can slow down a bit. On a downhill, you can really ease off and maybe just slightly work at low intensity. But when you get to those climbs, if you want to stay competitive, you've got to burn some matches. And if you've missed the crew, like say you got your box of matches, right? You start a bit full. The climbs at this stage is extra matches you're getting from your crew. So if you've missed one of those there, you could be getting empty by the end of the top of a climb. So yeah, I think at this stage, especially with this heat, because it's not just fueling, it's hydration, the electrolyte side of things, and your cooling strategies. But saying that, 2 years ago, Tim Bradley, who won this race here, it was a super hot year. He came through, and around this section, his pacer, not his pacer, his crew, shall remain nameless. He couldn't get to one of the checkpoints in time. Tim came through. He had a 10-mile section without water, but he knew that the checkpoints are brilliant. Like we've got it in the background here. You've got your tailwind, your precision hydration, and your Centurion running water. Not just normal water. That's Centurion running water. It's got H22220. It's probably some kind of dangerous chemical now. And then you've got the likes of Coca-Cola, some squash, all kinds of stuff in there. So the checkpoints are close enough. Like people are relying on their crews, but if you don't panic, get through to the next checkpoint. And even some places there are taps on the course, not where Hugh asked last time, because that was top of a hill. Water goes downhill. So if you're in the valleys, chance of finding like a bit of water might be good. And my tip that I will not pass on to anyone, but if I'm racing and I know that most waterborne diseases take about 24 hours to incubate, if I really need some water and I see a puddle, I'm tempted, but that's me personally. I wouldn't advise people to do
Not on a multi-stage race, but
no,
on
if you're racing the next day, or it's a 200 miler. But I was at UTB. There was one of the checkpoints or areas was called Bovine, because there's a lot of cows up there, and I really had run out of water, and it was this stream. I say stream, this slow trickle through cow poo, and I remember drinking out of that one year, and the water provided hydration and extra, some maybe no nutritional content. But I felt fine, and I got through.
Well,
the water.
Yeah,
You
it
get
is a
desperate if
risk.
you're trying
Yeah,
to do well.
it is a bit of a risk because that's happened to me as well, and it backfired.
Backfired.
Yeah, so I think sometimes it depends on sometimes how quickly it goes through the body.
Yeah. No,
I
I
don't
know
literally.
I know athletes have had like real dangerous waterborne diseases like there, so you've got to be careful that kind of stuff. And it's like when I'm racing, it's a gamble that I've made in that situation,
And it worked.
Yeah.
And that I think sometimes with racing, that's how we live our lives. You living on the edge. Do you take the risk by,
a little bit less
a little
food
bit
carried,
less-
a little bit less hydration
Exactly,
carried,
you
the
know?
weight of it, but then you risk not having that backup plan, and ended up in a puddle.
Yeah, because my last big race, I took a lot of food with me, which I didn't really go through. But then it was extra weight. If I went back again, would I go with less food?
Did
But
you
then
carry all that food to the finish?
I was self-supporting, so yeah, I did carry. Yeah, I did have a drop bag
You
halfway.
didn't think like, okay, I can put these back in the drop bag because I'm just carrying these ones I'm not eating.
Yeah, no, I did do that as well. Yeah.
Sometimes you see
I
people
had-
get to finish and they got like 8 bars.
Oh yeah,
I'd have given him
yeah,
away
no,
by that point.
no, I did. I got to the last penultimate mountain, and I gave it to a support team. And I thought, I don't need.
They need it
more
more than
now.
I at this
But we were talking about the checkpoints, and what's quite handy, I was noticing behind you on the message, they're saying the next checkpoint for these runners are Housestein Farm, which is 10 miles away. And we were talking earlier about chunking the race, breaking it down into little pieces, and what is quite nice, you can imagine coming in and thinking, oh, I've got 44 miles left to go, and yet you look down and you think, actually only 10 miles until the next checkpoint. And it is all about breaking it down. I can see you've got the phone out, and you've got the I've got the live feed here, and you've got the
current updates
the
on
current
women's race
update,
as well.
and that's what I would like to hear,
like to
please.
hear that,
Yes,
would you?
please.
I'm not going to. I know now. I've read it to myself. Lucy Gossage. Oh, there's Mark. There's a checkpoint here, Mark.
Here
We're
we
just
are.
gonna-
Before we talk about the
come through.
ladies, let's see who
Oh,
is
Mark, how you
leading
going?
the men's race. How are you feeling, Mark?
All right, thanks.
Good.
You're looking good, bud.
With a smile on your face.
What are you going to go for? The chews? Any other snacks? They've got some good snacks here. No jelly.
You're looking good, Mark. Looking fresh and good colour on you.
You've got about 11, 12 minutes behind, mate, so you're doing well. And they look like they're imploding behind you.
Well done, Mark.
Good work, bud. Bye-bye.
I just can't get over how well
Proper
he's looking.
relaxed, isn't it? And it's the thing, they look at the food there and they go, oh, actually, no, I will take a little bit extra.
Yeah.
And that's the difference. Sometimes you see some runners, especially at the start of some of the European races, they come through the checkpoint like a whirlwind.
Like a supermarket sweep.
Yeah, and the ones that actually know what they're doing, they come through, they have a look, what would I like? He took one of the precision fuel carb chews, which is they're like Turkish delight, but there's 15 grams of carbs per chew. He's going to take that on. He's obviously reasonably hydrated because I find them tougher to eat if I'm dehydrated.
He only added what?
Added some
500
water, 500 ml of water. He's got 10 miles to the next point. He already had one of the bottles there.
Yeah.
You might have seen a crew.
Yeah.
And then he took a bit of watermelon. So just to refresh the palate.
Yeah,
I can
but
start my timer now. Can't I?
And basically, he was smiling and he looked very strong, very relaxed. The pacer looked quite relaxed as well. So obviously,
That's a fresh pacer because he's had Sam Skinner before.
Yeah.
So that pacer's fresh. He's going to go through pacers like
But
I'll go
normally
through
you can
fresh
see
underwear.
by the face whether they've had like a deep conversation or if the person they're supporting is like helping, and you can see the pacer's face is kind of how do I sort out this kind of runner? But he was there, he was chilling. It's as if they're just going for a run with two mates. Let's go back to the ladies' race. I want to know who's leading.
Through Washington,
Yeah.
Lucy Gossage was in the lead.
Right.
She was 8:24.44.
Yeah.
And we heard last time round that Lucy was expecting her crew at Bignor Hill and she had run out of water. So she had to go through and get to the next checkpoint. As we were saying before, that can have a big impact, but an experienced racer should be able to manage that and get through to the next one. But we'll see if that comes into play as we get further down the course. Second place was Julia Davis, 8:28.02. So we're just over 3 minutes, 3 minutes and 18 seconds. That's nothing in 100. That's a blink in 100 mile terms. And then 8:46, so another 18 minutes back is Nicole Frisbee in third. Carla Brolins moved up to fourth.
Yeah, she was smiling when we saw her last. She was looking very comfortable.
Just 11 minutes back from Nicole.
Right.
And then you've got Tina Bergman, a minute or so behind Carla. Helen Newman, again, hasn't made it to Washington yet. But yeah, there's a decent amount of athletes coming in and churning through this field.
And my maths isn't great, but we're not talking about a lot of many minutes separating the top 5, 6.
The top 5 have got 34 minutes between them.
Yeah.
Again, in the second half of a race like this, and it could actually, we did a chat with Julia yesterday, so it might be something we can cut to in a minute, to a chat with Julia, so you get an insight into her competitive mindset and what drew her to the Saft as well. And we also spoke about shoes, because we chatted about the shoes she'd be wearing. She's sponsored by La Sportiva, and they produce some shoes that's really great for some of the rockier bits of the terrain on this course. So yeah, maybe we'll cut to that in a minute. And hopefully, I think at this stage we're expecting Joe Turner, maybe Hugh Tibbs, maybe Chris Kelly, maybe coming through this check, but we're not quite sure who's coming through next, which is exciting. Bit.
So the risk is, do we go to Julia now or do we wait for the?
So it was 9-10 minutes. I reckon we've got time to pop to Julia's interview, but maybe not. So let's have a think.
No, we're not ready yet, but we will. Don't worry, we will cut to Julia in a minute or so. I just want to talk about the effect of, when you come into a checkpoint. How do you know what to go for? Do you go for water? Do you go for, obviously, if it's precision or tailwind, that's whatever you're used to. When do you think, do you know what, I can't take any more fueling like that, and I just want something normal?
You can't take any more fueling when you can't take any more running. It's a psychological part of that. There is something here that you can get in. If you want to keep running, and one of the things is, I didn't feel like eating anymore, I felt a bit sick. Sometimes you can feel a bit sick, but if you're not actually being sick, can you get something else down? Because if you want to keep moving, you've got to keep that energy coming in. And as we've seen, the checkpoint staff here have got a whole range of products that will get you to that next checkpoint. And that's what you've got to try and think about.
And that's where we saw the experience of Julia when she was struggling with a bad stomach. She could take something on to try and help. That's the thing. Let's hear what she had to tell Robbie yesterday.
Hello, and we've got another runner from the 100 miler, Julia Davis. Julia, hello and welcome to Matterley Bowl.
Hello.
I feel like I haven't properly said hello yet, and you've just turned up. How are you, and how are you feeling for tomorrow's race?
I'm good. I'm excited. Bit nervous, but yeah, I'll be glad to get going. I've had my warm up on the kids' race, doing 1 mile there. So.
How did the kids' race go? Did you win?
Won at life, yeah.
You won at life.
It was like an ultra in itself. Woody went through all the phases of feeling strong, dipping off a bit, wanting to walk a bit, and then reviving a bit, jumping in some mud. So yeah, it's great.
Do you feel that maybe there was some practice for your psychological skills during the race tomorrow? If you're going to have it, how did you get Woody through the troughs of the 1
Well,
mile?
yeah, I was thinking to myself, I was going, come on, you're really strong, you're doing so well. And I was like, you should really tell yourself this tomorrow. And then I was, yeah.
You have to make sure you say, you tell yourself in the Julio, you can do this. Apparently, it's more powerful than saying I can do this. But how's your training been?
Yeah, it's been good. Yeah, it's been pretty solid. I think.
You're the second athlete I coach I've had to ask that question, knowing the answer is that, if you turn around and say, actually, it's been difficult because the coach is not setting the right stuff, it would have been embarrassing, but... No,
it's been good. It's been, I didn't really know what to expect from 100-mile training, but it's been mostly the same, just a few longer runs.
I'd love it to be more complicated than that, but it isn't, is it? It's like you've been training for the 100Ks last year.
Yeah.
You've all done a lot of decent 50-mile trail races. So there isn't any secrets, really. It's just consistent training, a lot of runnable stuff. We had Joe Turner, one of your teammates from the... So you ran for Great Britain last year at the World 100K Champs?
Yes.
How was that?
It was good. It was hot. It was hard, but it was really... it's always really great to run in a championship. It's always amazing to run with all the other countries and have your GB teammates, and it's just such a really special vibe. It's so different to any other race, running for a team or running for your country's with your country's vest on. So yeah, it was really good, and the guys had a really good group, so it was nice to have their support as well on the way around. Yeah, it's good.
Wicked. And you're running tomorrow in La Sportiva. You got your kicks on. What shoes are you going to wear for the race?
The Prodigio Pros.
Oh, how are they?
Yeah, they're really good. Yeah, I really like running in them. They're not they kind of feel comfortable enough, really still pretty versatile. Yeah.
I feel it'd be inappropriate, but I want to see how spongy they are. But that's nice spongy, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like a good level of
It's better than mine.
Speedy and comfy.
The grip looks pretty solid as well.
Yeah, it's not too bad. Yeah.
I don't know why an interview now just inspecting your shoes. But people will be asking that. They'll be watching tomorrow. We're going to put this out during the live stream. They'll be like, well, what are the shoes like? So,
yeah, I mean, our whole team has converted onto these shoes. I think that's the resounding consensus is that, yeah.
I know Rye's a fan. Rye's running the 50K tomorrow. He's also one of your La Sportiva teammates.
Yeah.
He's a fan of some of these, but also the Helios. He likes the old...
Yeah, he likes the Helios as well, yeah.
James used to run...
the Helios, but I think James and Rye are the fan club for the Helios.
James ran 24-hour races in the Helios, which is... I wouldn't recommend. They are a trail shoe, but yeah, that's how much he loves them.
Yeah.
And you've got a world-class crew and pacing team tomorrow here? Who's on your crew team?
I've got my partner Dan, I've got Woody, so my son Woody, who's just run the kids race. I've got my good friend Jodie, and I've got my dog Albie. So they're all crewing me, and then Jodie is going to be pacing me.
Fantastic. It's almost going to be you'll be looking forward to get to those crew points just so you can see everyone.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's nice. It's been really I think Jodie's kept me calm today, which is really good. Her experience, I feel comforted by her experience. So yeah.
I like the 100-mile distance is obviously I've got a little bit more experience. It's your first 100-miler.
Yeah.
But it really is an adventure, and it's quite fun in that second half. What are you expecting from the second half of the race?
I feel apprehensive of the second half because it's the unknown. Okay. But then I kind of also feel excited to know what it's going to be like. I think in my head I keep being you need to not go too fast in the first bit. It's not a 50-mile race; it's a 100-mile race. So I think it just feels unusual to run slower than I would normally. So it's just a change, isn't it? It's just different, doing different distances, but. Yeah, it'll be really great to have Jodie with me. Jodie.
Yeah, she's over there. And one of the things that I've not been able to do in a while, but once you get past your longest distance ever, every footstep's a PB.
That's so true.
You'll get to a point now, you'll be like, as long as I keep moving forward, this is a PB. So look forward to that, because I haven't been able to do that since.
Yeah, I was thinking once I get over 100K, in distance, that's one thing. And then once I get over, I think it's 12 hours, then that's a time PB. So there you go.
So you can have double PBs.
Yeah.
Just keep moving, PB City. Yeah. 2023 was the first time I'd done that in about 10 years. I was running along going PB. That's all you got to do. And you happy with nutrition and stuff? You got that all set out?
Yeah. I've got precision hydration, so the electrolyte and carb mix in my bottles, and then my trusty 90 gels.
Oh, I love it.
And then, some other bits and pieces if I fancy to accompany it, some jelly babies, some squashies.
Do you need any? Look, I've got
Some jelly tots if you need them.
Oh, they're too hot. No, they're too hot.
Too hard. Okay, I'll keep them. They're for me. Just checking because they're there for
Anything you don't have to
emergencies.
chew too much.
Oh, I like chewing. I like chewy sweets, and then I regret it after like 8 hours of racing. I'm like,
I made the mistake having saurine at the top of Snowdon once, and that was.
Saurine.
And it was like the air was claggy and the saurine
there,
was wet.
you need like
and
a
I
lot
was-
of butter on top of that for it.
Yeah,
to
even
go.
then it was yeah. I've learnt my lesson.
I once, me and a friend had a challenge who could eat a saurine the quickest. That was horrible. I did win, but I think it took him like 4 times as long. And he
It's like eating a foam brick.
Yeah, I was like, but like if you want to test the psychological side of your nutrition for ultras, I'd recommend it, but not tomorrow. Right, I'll let you go. And Woody, I thought Woody might join us, but he's declined. He's obviously doing a post-race interview for the 1 miler.
Yeah, I think he's knackered him out doing that mile. To be honest, I think
Probably, yeah.
he's had his ice cream and he's kipped out now.
Was he under 4 minutes or not? Or?
Yeah, well under 4 minutes. Yeah.
Brilliant. Thanks, Julia, and I hope we'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, that's Julia Davis in second position at the moment. Lucy Gossage, you're seeing just a few minutes ago.
We've got
who
our next
is
runner
leading.
coming
We've
in.
got our next runner
Oh, it's
coming
Hugh.
in. It's Hugh
How you
Tim
doing, Hugh?
into third position. How are you feeling, Hugh?
What tailwind?
Pretty good. Yeah, not too bad. I had a really rough patch around like 40, 50
Yeah, you asked for some water, but
Yeah, I'm feeling all right. I'm rehydrated a bit, yeah.
that's good. Yeah.
Yeah.
You've got 11 minutes to mark.
Okay.
Yeah, not like in this kind of course, enough time left there. That's
Yeah,
not
yeah.
really insurmountable. And you're moving around a similar pace. I think it's been 11 minutes for a while.
Yeah.
So if he slows at all, you catch him out. Look, a little fountain out there as well.
Yeah.
Oh, brilliant. Well, you're looking really good. You're looking fresh.
Yeah.
And moving well.
Yeah, feeling all right.
All right, okay.
Yeah, Chris isn't far back. He's
Right.
He's coming, isn't he? Yeah.
We leave
Get
you
up
to
when
it.
comes.
So once you get your flasks filled up.
The melon's going down well, isn't it?
Yeah. Well done, Hugh. And
See you in a bit,
good
Hugh.
luck
Yeah, see you.
with the rest of the 44 miles. Bye. Well, there we go. Looking really good and
Yeah,
relaxed. and
Hopefully he didn't hear you say 44 miles because I think there's 33 to go now, isn't it?
oh, is it? My maths. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, 33.
He does. If he thinks we made it a 110, I mean, he probably the way he's moving, he'd probably do well with.
I hope
extra
you didn't
10.
hear my, yeah. I keep saying that my maths isn't very good.
We've got Chris Kelly coming in shortly.
Yeah.
So Hughes, the rumor was that Hugh was going to come in before Chris. So Drew, our man on the ground, was correct. Chris is a 24-hour runner though, so Chris is coming here with a 273k 24-hour best. He's popping in just now, and it's that kind of 24-hour strength may come into play in the second half here. This is a man that has been to dark places and kept on going through. So we'll see how he is coming in here. Chris is a vegan runner coming in here, so we'll make sure he's got some good vegan options. So yeah, we can. He's coming in here now. Let's see how he is. He's coming in.
Well done.
Nice.
It's a pacer.
This is the pacer. Chris is coming.
Yeah. How's Chris doing?
You don't. They've got loads of vegan option, Chris. All right then.
Well
See you,
done.
I'll see you in a bit. And that's what's interesting to see there is that Chris has just made up about a minute and a half by just coming straight through that checkpoint.
Yeah.
His crew have got his pacers really pacing him. Boy, that pacer trying to drop him there. It's one of the things sometimes you see with pacers because they come in fresh and they think their job is to drag that runner along. But with this amount of time left, I've done it. The year I ran it at 80 miles, we pushed on a bit, and I started to suffer because my pacer was like, "Yeah, let's push the pace." He'd run 80 miles, so Chris has run 66 miles there. But the pacer was a good 4 or 5 steps ahead of him, and sometimes that draws you on. But actually, and he might need that from a psychological point of view, but from a physiological point of view, he may be quite low on energy, and that extra push trying to chase the people ahead might backfire a little bit, but we'll see. I don't know, Chris.
It is interesting because I was pacing somebody the other day on a 200-mile race and she asked me to go in front of her so she could just put her head down and just follow my footsteps. And that's where you were saying maybe sometimes it's okay to lead, just maybe not too far. So you can just put your head down and just follow.
I'd worry on a 200-miler. You'd look back and they were gone. They'd just fallen asleep somewhere. You'd be like, "What? Oh,
Yeah.
I've lost my runner."
Oh, no, well, I'm
Go now.
talking. You know me, I'm always talking. So she didn't have a chance to go to sleep.
Yeah. Yeah, but then you can't hear the silence from the person behind, can you? Like, "Yeah, no, how was it, Larry? Yeah, no,
I think it's a good feeling pacing somebody, and especially when they do well. And people think about ultra running being quite a solo, lonely sport, but it certainly isn't, is it? We've already spoken to them here in the support points. We've seen the support crews doing it's a team effort, isn't it?
One of my favourite things about the sport is, sometimes people say, I don't want to get a crew and pacer because it's a lot of effort to ask for someone. But one, go and do it yourself for someone else, right? Because one, you can put something back in there. It doesn't have to just be that way around. But two, you suddenly realise that you all get something out of it. And sometimes it's like we see a big part of the community isn't just runners supporting other runners. It's people that want to be involved in this kind of community, want to be involved in this kind of achievements and endeavours that aren't capable of running 100 miles themselves, or they haven't got to that stage in their own running yet, and they're able to be part of something really special by just putting in a different way. Like my dad and his friend Mickey Seymour, he used to crew all my 24-hour races. He come out to multiple world and European champs with us. And Mick, he did a half marathon once, but he's a fisherman, competitive fisherman. But he was the calm head at all of these events, and he loves being out on the course. And we were a team, and it was like, yeah, I was never going to go pace him at a race, but he supported Dan Lawson on his Le Jog, like both times he did the Le Jog, and he's just a real calming, soothing energy, and that's what you need in some of these events. You don't need another runner to drag you up a hill sometimes. You need someone to say, look, chill out, have a snack,
have a cup of tea,
off you go. Not
have
a cup, as long as it's ready.
Yeah, oh yeah, of course.
Yeah,
of course.
Messing around.
I like a cup of tea on a race. Yeah, well,
going up a hill.
Yeah, but put it in a flask and then drink the tea. I quite like that. It's doing lots of sugar.
Lots of sugar.
Lots of sugar.
When someone asks for a cup of tea, I'm always like pouring. You want any sugar? No. What one? Yeah, okay. 8. Pour it.
I like sweet tea. What do they call it? Builder's tea. Very strong and very sweet. Yeah.
No, I thought that was one of the runners. It's a lovely little doggo.
Yes, we've been admiring the dogs. We've been coming upon and meeting en route, haven't we?
Yeah.
Quite a few beautiful dogs.
There's been some good ones.
Yeah, they have been. We were talking about the ladies' race, and let's concentrate on what's happening there. We haven't seen Julia. We heard about Julia earlier, and that we were following Lucy earlier, just before we saw Hugh arrive. Who's in third position now?
Nicole Frisbee.
Yeah. So, can you tell us a bit about Nicole?
I could. I'd have to check my notes again.
Yeah.
Nicole's, I think she's done some of the Centurion races. I'm going to double check the notes on this one.
Yeah.
But in the meantime, what do you think is going to happen? Who do you think is going to come into this checkpoint first, and why?
In the ladies' race?
In the ladies'
right. That's a very good question. I having just listened to Julia's interview, I think Julia might just be concentrating on getting, her stomach sorted, and she might just be sitting behind Lucy, maybe just gathering her thoughts, thinking, right, I've had my bad moment. I'm just going to kind of keep going. I'm not going to chase Lucy. I'm just going to kind of sit behind, maybe, or maybe Lucy's feeling very good, but she has missed a support point. So that could come into play later on. That's the thing. Who are we to predict? Anything can happen, and that's the beauty of.
We're supposed to guess, aren't we? Is that?
I don't like guessing because he's coming in. Yeah.
Sorry.
Thank you very much.
Nicole Frisbee in our third place position. She's had a tremendous spring. That's exactly the words it says. I'm reading off the preview.
Okay.
But she was second at the 100 Hills behind Carla Brolins, who's in fourth. So those two have raced already this season, and Nicole come out on top. And at like the 50k distance, she's run a 2:56 marathon at London. She's got leg speed. The second half here that might come in. And her best results before have been 7th at Lakeland 50, 8th at UTS 50k, and a win at the 2024 Serpent Trail 50k. And Serpent Trail's a real runnable course, like a real fast course. So Nicole's got some leg speed. I think Carla's around a similar level for the marathon. So those two both can like put the burners on when it gets to kind of some of the more runnable stuff. So be interested to see how that race for third place plans out. And maybe again we might still see them coming onto the first and second, because they've all got the leg speed to on those second stages of this race. The climbs are important.
Yes, tell us a bit about it.
So some of the climbs here, when you get right towards the end, there's a bit of up, down to the checkpoint, up, down to the checkpoint, but it's still like up at Foyle Beacon where we're going to be in a bit. They come from Housestein Farm, which is our next checkpoint, and they curve up onto the tops.
and then they have to kind of run on this rolling, undulating terrain. It's still exposed. You've got the wind behind you still, hopefully, but you've got to be able to run. It's really smooth going. It's not steep up, steep down, but it's enough that if you've got the energy over a mile where it's kind of gradually uphill, and you can do that a minute quicker, 2 minutes quicker, suddenly those gaps just start shrinking and shrinking. Someone comes into a checkpoint, spends 4 or 5 minutes, a 10-minute gap half straight away. So that's what I think we're going to see in the second half coming on now. Is some people.
Sorry, is it some people? I rudely interrupted you then.
No, I forgot. I was probably just going to talk nonsense. So what are you going to say?
Well, me too. I was going to say basically momentum is so important here. So it's about just keeping that cadence going, keeping those legs just moving, relentless forward
Keeping
motion.
that food going in, keeping that hydration going in. And that's, I think sometimes we put a lot of energy into striving to run faster for the next leg to go forward. But actually, it's really important to kind of to make sure that we put that same energy into eating that next bit of watermelon, those next chews and gels, those next vegan sausage rolls. So yeah, it is about momentum, but it's not just about the running side of it, and it's about not getting too much momentum. You get carried away, and then that can really lead to some big old, not crash. Crash is the right word. Maybe,
or running into the wall.
No, yeah, you could. The walls are very popular. Again, like a depletion of glycogen. Within a race like this, you will deplete your glycogen stores, and we have to slow. We have to kind of make sure we're taking that on board. It's different to the wall you might face in a marathon where you're running at an intensity that you really have to be burning a lot of carbohydrates. A lot of the runners here, it's going to be, instead of being like 80-90% carbs that they're burning. Again, it can vary for marathon runners. It might be lower, might be higher, depending on how they're pacing it. Here, like, you're more likely to see a 50-50 split between carbohydrates that they're bringing on board and like stored body fats. So the body, when it's working a little easier, uses a bit more oxygen, but it can burn the fats we've got stored in our body. And we've still got, like, even the leanest of the cyclists have got 40-50,000 calories of fat stored on their body. Some of that's protecting vital organs, so we don't want to get rid of all of that. But over a course of a race, you're not. It's a store you're not going to run out of. But that's why we don't hit the wall quite as much, because you just maybe get stuck in first gear. So rather than kind of hitting a wall and grinding to a halt, like in a marathon, you get stuck in first gear in an ultra and you can't step it up. And someone who's got access to second and third gear, I can't drive. So I think this analogy works. They've got the ability to kind of come past and move a bit quicker.
I talking about gears, that's an interesting way of describing it, because you kind of, having raced long distances but also worked behind the scene doing what we're doing today, you often see people in their gears, maybe driving up a mountain in second, third gear, and they just can't get out of it. And everybody's the same. But I do notice the people who are conditioned, who have trained specifically for that particular event or trail run, they can shift up to fourth, fifth, sixth gear when they get to the top and keep that kind of momentum going. While sometimes if somebody hasn't conditioned themselves for that particular race, they're just stuck in second, third gear. Does that make sense?
Yeah, you've got to look at the demands of the event you're doing. It's one of the things that was quite interesting. I spoke to Georgia Campbell, one of our women's runners, yesterday, and we spoke about how specific her training had been for this particular event. So we have another interview that we could potentially show you guys, where we just, as you get closer to an event, you might get more and more specific with how you kind of focus on that. So you might have an early spring marathon that's pretty flat, so you do more training on the road, your long runs aren't quite as long. And then as you get closer to an event like this, you might introduce more hills, more continuous hills work where you're kind of going up and down, working on the eccentric loading and the quads. The longer runs might get a little bit longer. And Georgia was talking about that in great detail yesterday in the interview. So I'm hoping maybe we can move on to an interview with Georgia.
Well, let's hear that conversation you had with her yesterday.
Maybe.
Welcome to another one of our pre-race interviews. We've got Georgia Campbell here, who's racing the 100 tomorrow.
That's right.
How are you feeling about the 100, Georgia?
Yeah, pretty excited. Yeah.
Excited?
Looking forward to it. Ooh. You look surprised. That mustn't be the answer.
Well, no, everyone's like a little bit nervous, but like excited. It was like full enthusiasm there as well. It's good. That's how I am before a race. Why have you chosen the South Downs Way 100?
Well, it's our first 100. I know.
Cool.
I think that's why I'm excited. I don't have the horrible experiences to terrify me. my background's more road, track, cross country until the last few years. So I wanted one that was runnable, and the Centurion events are so well supported. Beautiful course, so it seemed like a good choice.
All the right reasons, yeah. Like it is a good. There's plenty of running on this course, especially in the second half. You've got the legs left. A lot of fun to be had. So why did 100-mile distance then? Why did you? I know it's some races are a bit shorter, some are longer, but the 100-mile for me is a classic distance. It's one of my favourites. What drew you to that distance?
I've done a couple of 100Ks, but they've been on much steeper terrain, like across in the lakes. And as I said, wanted to do something more runnable. So 100 seemed on a flatter course, not too huge a time jump from 100K with a lot of hiking in it, if that makes sense.
No, that makes perfect sense.
Yeah, so a bit of a challenge, and it's nice to do something where instead of looking for a time outcome, it's can I do it? That makes it really exciting to do for a first time.
That's fantastic. Yeah, it's really refreshing to hear you talk about the time a race takes. So sometimes you hear people talking about the UTMB or Western States, and they're both 100-milers, but in fact they're entirely different races. One for the men's is 14 versus 20 hours. Entirely different race. So yeah, it's a good step up. The mountainous 100K to here. What have you done in training to prepare you for the more continuous running of a race like South Downs Way 100?
So I've done quite a bit of training on the South Downs Way itself. I do live in the northeast, the accent's probably a giveaway. But Lee, my partner, his family live just off the North Downs Way, so they're quite handy for access to the Centurion events.
Yeah. Have you been on the North Downs as well? It's one of my favourite trails.
I ran the 50 a few weeks ago. That was my last long run prepping for this.
How did that go?
Okay, I think I got the taper for a bit too sharp, so legs were a little flat, but that was good information coming to this one, which felt more important.
Yeah, and you don't want to. Sometimes a short taper when you've got a bigger goal on the horizon can be quite handy because you don't lose too much training.
Yeah.
What did you change with the taper for this one then?
I've kept a bit more consistency in how frequently I usually run. I'm a bit of a high volume athlete typically, so dropping too many days out to rest I think just leaves me feeling a bit flat.
Yeah.
So we went for consistency of keeping running most days, keeping some strides in for a bit of speed, and just dropping volume and length of runs rather than frequency, and that has felt a bit better, but we'll see tomorrow.
No, I always say reduce the volume but maintain that frequency and intensity. So, and you say a high volume. What kind of volume are we talking here?
Well, it's not high volume compared to you guys. I compare myself to the girls I used to run with when we were on road and running 80, 90, 100-mile weeks.
That's a solid amount.
A lot when you're racing 5Ks, but feels a bit more in keeping with what everybody does that I'm racing now.
Especially that kind of mileage on trail. I'm assuming that's some trail and hill in there as well.
Yeah.
So how long in terms of time is that in terms of training?
I'd be guessing, to be honest, unless I pulled my Strava.
I was thinking, because you said about the races in terms of time, I thought you might be a time training person as well. I was getting excited.
It's a bit of a mixture. So I'll go out and do my long runs on a weekend. I'll tend to do more by how long I'm going to be on my feet. But then during the week where I'm more session-based, it'll be on 4-mile recovery in the morning. I know my hills are going to add up to about 6 mile on an evening. So it's a bit of a mix of distance and time.
Have you had a favourite session in this build-up you thought that's clicked or stands out for you?
I like a mix of tempo and hills as a quality session, so I enjoyed doing some kind of 4-minute tempo efforts into long hill reps and then back into 4-minute tempo reps to finish.
Sounds suitable for the South Downs Way.
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay, well thank you for talking to us pre-race and have an absolute brilliant race tomorrow.
Yeah, looking forward
And I'll see you out there.
Thanks.
Welcome back, and that was Georgia Campbell, who's still out there in our highly competitive women's race, battling in the heat of the day, with hopefully that tailwind providing a little bit of lift to her steps along the way.
Right, I think we are going to take a little break for the time being, but we will be back in about 2 hours. Please don't go too far if you're enjoying the live feed. We're here until the end of the race, and we'll be bringing you all the updates, the live action from the elite field, but also from around the race course, from the support crew and the mid.
We're doing the golden hour at the finish. That's one of my favourite ones. The last hour of the race, 29 to 30 hours. I get all emotional.
You did it last year, and it's pretty emotional.
Kind of well up a bit sometimes.
Yeah.
I think some of that's the sleep deprivation.
But this is what I love. You know, you've got the elite runners coming in 14, 15, 16, 17 hours, and then you've got the ones who are not elites, the ones who are just want to finish it, just want to do 100 mile in their life, and they do it, and they're battling against the clock, and to see them cross that finish line, realizing that they've achieved more than they ever thought capable of doing, is such a brilliant and unforgettable moment for yourself as well.
And it's mad, right? Because we're saying these non-elite runners. These are people running 100 miles under 30 hours.
Sometimes twice as long as an elite runner.
Yeah, you look at this in terms of the world population. You're talking in the 0.01% of the world's population can do it something like this, and we're referring to them as non-elite.
Yeah,
It's mad, isn't it?
It is
So
crazy.
it's like the level of people here to complete this task. You've got to be an experienced, determined individual, and we're going to be here to catch them as they go through the rest of the next stage.
Exactly, proving that actually it's not extraordinary people who do the most extraordinary thing, it's the ordinary people who do the most extraordinary things.
That's the money we pay for the professionals, isn't it?
See you in 2 hours.
Welcome Centurion Running. We are three things really. An ultra distance events provider in the southeast of the UK. We have an ultra running store, both online and in person. And then we have a coaching arm to what we do too. And it's an arm that we're really passionate about. We've been coaching athletes towards races of all distances on all terrains in all environments since 2012, headed up by Robbie Britton, who is the best in the business. Our team of coaches provide a framework for our athletes at our events, but events all over the world too, to train and race consistently, get the maximum enjoyment from their running and the most from the sport.
Within the Centurion store, we've got our training packages. And these aren't just a training plan, there are 50k and 50 mile options, but they're a booklet that gives you advice around nutrition, pacing, psychology, kit, and a whole lot more that can help you improve your ultra marathon running. From this level, if you're interested, you find that works for you, we've got Training Plan Plus, which is a group coaching setup. One of the beauties of group coaching is that you have free coaches that write you a plan once per month, and then in between you've got to adapt that yourself, but you have the knowledge of free coaches and the group as a whole. There's a lot of information that the other people in the group can do to help each other, and we find that's a really strong community and a nice way to experience coaching at a slightly more affordable price point. And then we've got our marquee one-to-one coaching, where you're working directly with our expert coaches, and you'll start that off with an initial consultation where you get to know each other, and then for the years ahead you have direct contact via WhatsApp, email, phone with your coach, who learns about exactly what you need, what you're training for, and what you want to run.
I think part of having a good coach, or the qualities of a good coach, is someone who's going to challenge you, but also then somebody who's going to be there to support you all the way through that process. So be there on a day-to-day basis sometimes, help you through the hardest times, and then also support all of the small and big victories that you might have throughout the year. I think being part of the community of Centurion coaches means that we can bounce ideas off each other. If there's maybe something I've got a bit less experience of or less knowledge of, I can open that up to the wider team. Someone has probably coached an athlete in that type of scenario, more often than not, has coached an athlete doing that exact race that some of my athletes are doing.
So we have a really active group where you can ask any questions, and within that Centurion as well, James has got his finger on the pulse for races. We can ask, like, someone needs a 50k in March, what do you know? James knows everything that's going on. You also get access to the store, to the races as well as the Centurion support. We sort of all know which athletes are Centurion coached, and there's always how's that guy doing? Oh, he didn't do that. It feels a little bit like a little family, which is lovely.
A good coach is someone that can
I guess, take someone's lifestyle and the time that they have and get the best quality training with the time they have available. It's not about necessarily changing your whole lifestyle to fit a 120-mile week, because it's just not manageable for most people. So it's taking the time you do have and just getting quality training to get the best results in your races or goals that you have for running.
I absolutely take a huge amount of joy from helping people achieve their goals. Be it their like first 5K, 10K, getting a PB over a shorter distance, or like finishing a race they never felt they could get to the end of. And we might work on like goals, short-term goals over 6, 12 months, or big like pie-in-the-sky ones that are like 3, 4, 5 years down the line. And it's just fantastic when you know how hard someone's worked to achieve a goal, and you've been a small or big part of that, and then you see the smile on their face at the finish. It's just nothing like it for me.
Yeah, seeing clients do races that I never thought were possible, it is an incredible feeling. It makes it all that hard work worthwhile.
We try to look after our coached athletes more than just via their coaching. We have them a discount at the store, they can enter the races a little bit later than some other people, and then we even have special bibs at the races so they can see each other and know that they know the secret.